The year is 2009, and as you're sitting in your big boy diapers double fisting animal crackers, you hear whispers that a new Batman game is around the corner, and one thought crosses your mind. This game's gonna fucking suck. Don't get me wrong, a good superhero game wasn't unheard of, but most of the time, if it wasn't about Spider-Man, then that shit was probably gonna be awful. There were a few exceptions, but most of the time it was just a quick cash grab tie-in movie game, so I don't think many people were exactly hopeful for Arkham Asylum. But then, the fateful day of August 25th, 2009 came, and suddenly, the comic book gaming scene was changed forever. What's up guys, Goodnight Gaming here, and I'm back with another video, and I have to be honest, I was sitting here pondering on what game to talk about next for a little retrospective video. You guys seem to like the Mortal Kombat video, and I had fun making it, so it was only a matter of time before I did another. And I had a hard time thinking of what game to do next, but then it hit me. The only option I had here is to do the game that I have completed the most amount of times in my life, that I've 100%ed more than any other game. The game that I know inside and out. That's right, today we're talking about Madagascar 2 Escape to Africa for the Xbox 360. No, I'm kidding. We're talking about Batman Arkham Asylum. I have played this game to death. It is one of my favorite games ever made, and I truly believe that it is a masterpiece, and today I'm going to tell you why. We're going to be tackling many different things about the game, but before we jump into that, I just want to give you a background on this game, specifically how it was made, or how this game was made by pure chance. It all starts with a little movie called Batman Begins. Now, this is the early 2000s, and every movie that comes out, of course, is going to get a movie tie-in game, and that's what they did for Batman Begins. Now, the game itself, not great reviews, didn't get a lot of amazing reception, but it made that money, baby. So it was only due time for when The Dark Knight came out that they would also make another game for that. And this game was to be spearheaded by Pandemic Studios, and you will know them from their work on the original Battlefront and Battlefront 2. And the game was to be published by EA. But Pandemic Studios weren't just gonna make a lazy, cheap movie tie-in game. No, they had plans to make this the first open world Batman game. They didn't want it to be linear like Batman Begins and all the games that came before it were. They had a lot of ambition for this game, but as soon as EA realized that Pandemic weren't gonna hit their deadline for when this game was to release, they canceled it entirely. So EA, having the rights to publish Batman games and not having a Batman game, they quickly lost the rights to making the Batman games. So when it came time to give another studio the rights to making these Batman games, for some fucking reason, they gave it to a studio with one game under their belt. And it was a shooter. They gave it to Rocksteady Studio. And thank God they did, because Rocksteady showed that they had incredible passion and dedication for making this the definitive Batman game, and that was their goal. And of course, they thought if they were going to make the definitive Batman game, they had to come out swinging hard. They had gotten what most people deemed the definitive voices of the characters. Returning from the Batman animated series, Arlene Sorkin for Harley Quinn, Mark Hamill to come back and voice the Joker, and they had gotten the late great Kevin Conroy to come back and voice Batman. So Rocksteady has all these pieces lined up. The question is, do they put them together correctly to make a satisfying video game and to reach their goal of making the definitive Batman game? Well, let's jump into the story. The game opens up with a shot of the bat signal illuminating the Gotham sky, as Batman has just apprehended the Joker for holding the mayor hostage at City Hall. He races his Batmobile down the street until he arrives at the setting of the game, Arkham Asylum. Batman brings him inside intensive treatment to be escorted to his cell. Joker's strapped in and ready to go, and as we get closer to his soon-to-be cell, it's revealed that hundreds of Joker's men have been transferred to the asylum. Batman meets up with Commissioner Gordon as he is very skeptical of just how easy it was to capture the Joker, suggesting that the Joker has much bigger plans. Unfortunately, he's right.
He surrendered almost without a fight. I don't like it.
As Joker breaks free from the guards and his restraints and is assisted by Harley Quinn to escape from Batman. It's now up to Batman to stop the Joker as he releases every inmate onto the island, including Batman's most notorious foes, making this one of the most challenging nights of Batman's career. And that is the foundation for what our game is about. I love the opening to this game. Right away it sets the tone, gives you a very dark vibe with the scenery and the music, and right after Batman brings in Joker, we have to do a long walk down to his cell. But during this walk, it feeds you a lot of information. This was a good and quick way to show you that the Batman we have here is a seasoned veteran. This is a Batman who's been in the game for a long time, and it's pretty much assumed that he's put away 90% of the inmates in Arkham Asylum. Most of the guards trust him and let him walk through. I love these little moments we get along the way, like where they're passing through a metal detector to see if Joker's carrying any objects on him or anything dangerous, and when everyone's inside it, it goes off, it starts blaring sound, it turns red, only to reveal Joker has nothing, it's all Batman, showing that Batman is always going to be prepared, and that either the guards respect Batman enough to not ask him to put away his things, or they're too scared to ask him, which, either way, I think works.
Ooh, would you sneak in with your bats? Come on, tell me. Batarangs, bat claws, ooh, bat smacks.
And along the way, there's just so many guards and doctors lined up, making sure that Joker doesn't escape, showing just how dangerous he is. There's another group of inmates passing by, and as they're going, they're chanting Joker, Joker, showing that even in the asylum, Joker still has control. And if that wasn't bad enough, he literally says this:
I still have a trick or two up my sleeve. I mean, don't you think it's a little bit funny how a fire at Blackgate caused hundreds of my crew to be moved here?
It's a great way to set up why this all happened. We don't need a goddamn exposition dump. We don't need a flashback showing how he did it. It's literally one line of dialogue and you understand. I also love this moment where the elevator breaks down for a second, and when the lights come back on, Batman just has his whole hand gripped around Joker's esophagus. They show us a little tidbit of Killer Croc, and you don't see him a lot through this game. This is pretty much the only real part you see him before his boss fight later on, and it puts just enough fear in you to make you worry about facing him later. And I love throughout this whole walk, Joker's just talking shit, making jokes, and Mark Hamill does an incredible job.
Oh, Frankie, you really should learn to keep that fat mouth of yours shut. It'll get you into trouble.
But that is enough about the opening of the game. Let's tackle into a little bit of the rest of the story. I'm not going to go through everything, but I'm just going to go through what it was pivotal and how well it works as a story as a whole. Plus, I'm assuming that most of you that are watching this video have played the game already, and if you haven't, you go ahead and give this game a shot. So we learn that Joker's big plan for the story, he wants to use the venom that powers Bane and recreate it to put into other inmates to terrorize Gotham. The venom is called Titan, and throughout the game we see him use variations and early prototypes of it on other inmates. And his plan is very comic booky, there's no denying that, but it never really steps into the realm of goofy. They do a good job handling it and make it more dark and keep in with the same tone as the rest of the game. And I think what helps that is the fact that you see these transformations play out right in front of you. You see how grotesque these people become. It's not pleasurable. And they don't overdo it. They space it out anytime there's a little Titan boss fight. Now, it would be completely cartoony and goofy if you were just walking around the island and you just see these big fucking hulking monsters walking around. That would be too much. That would be just stupid. But they handle it really well. And these guys are like gross as shit. They got bones popping out of their skin. They're all grotesque. Their bodies, parts of different sizes. It's a great way to show that Joker is not even close to creating what Bane is, because you look at Bane's all perfectly symmetrical and muscular, and he's got all these fucking tubes in him. I wish Bane stayed around a little bit longer, considering that an aspect of him is used for the main plot of the game, but he does exit in one of the most baller fucking scenes Batman has ever had.
I will break you, Batman! Stand the Bruja!
No, Bane. This time I break you.
Man just launched millions of dollars at him like it was fucking nothing and drowned it in the water. And he just looks at it like, yeah, I'll just buy another one later. Now, throughout the game, you have someone in your ear named Oracle. Her real name is Barbara Gordon. She's the daughter of Jim Gordon, and she's kind of like Batman's guy in the chair. You know, I was gonna make a joke here. I feel like it's better left unsaid. But she pops in Batman's ear throughout the game, mainly if Batman ever needs help, or he needs to know about something, or after something big has happened. Kind of reminds me of Resident Evil 4 with Leon and Roos, but it helps kind of fill the void. I love that it gives Batman someone to talk to while we're making our way around the asylum, so it doesn't feel as empty.
Oracle, we've got another problem.
What now? Two-Face? Riddler? Some kind of giant Joker robot?
Unfortunately, nothing that simple.
Now, here's where I think the story is at its strongest. The Scarecrow nightmares. I think this is probably everyone's favorite parts of Arkham Asylum. When Batman first encounters Scarecrow in this game, it is in the medical hospital after he takes an elevator all the way down. And when he steps out of that elevator, he just sees this horrifying image of what looks like people beating each other up or scratching at their own face, and they're going insane. And this is your first introduction of Scarecrow. Now, at this point in the game, Batman is looking for Commissioner Gordon after he's been kidnapped by Harley Quinn. So when he turns the corner, he sees Gordon being dragged away by someone. And after going a little bit further, he sees what he thinks is Gordon's dead body. He takes a moment to close his eyes, but then he has to keep moving forward. And I love when you walk down this hallway, there's just a bunch of cockroaches just seemingly coming out of nowhere. And it has a little Dutch angle to it, like it's all tilted to let you know that something isn't right here. So then you open the door to what seems to be a morgue, and you walk around there for a minute or two, and there's nothing there. You can't interact with anything. There's nowhere else to go until you eventually just try to leave, and it's the same goddamn room that you were just in. This time with body bags on the tables. So when you go to open up the body bags, one, you see Thomas Wayne, and in the other, you see Martha, and in the third one, you finally see Scarecrow in all of his glory. And when you turn around, everything's gone, and that sets up your first Scarecrow nightmare. I'll talk about the gameplay of the nightmares later on, but I just love the setups to each of these nightmares. It's really the only time in this game where Batman shows something other than being stoic. He's more vulnerable in these moments. You really see him actually scared. And this first nightmare reveals that he has irrational fear that he could have stopped the mugger at 8 years old, even though, you know, he couldn't have.
He should have stood up to his son. Like a man.
The second nightmare has him relive the death of his parents as the hallway to the Arkham Mansion slowly turns into Crime Alley. And you cannot tell me that this isn't one of the hardest shots in any Batman media ever. The third nightmare does something incredible, and everyone already knows it. If you don't, the third nightmare plays into our fears. So out of nowhere, you're just playing the game normally, and as you're walking down this hallway in intensive treatment, this lady comes over the intercom and says,
Did anyone catch the game last night?
and then the game seems to just glitch out and die. And then it loops back to the opening cutscene. Every single person in 2009 shit themselves because the fear of a gamer is that you have made it so far into the game and suddenly you just lose all your progress. But then we are relieved when we see that the bat signal is replaced by a Scarecrow logo, and we can all take a breath of fresh air. It sees the opening cutscene play out like normal, except Joker and Batman are swapped, and we get to play as Joker and walk Batman down the hallway as we did in the beginning of the game. I like to think that this shows that Batman feels like he is not too different from the criminals. Maybe this is how he would feel he would become if he did cross his no killing rule, because in all reality Batman is a fucking psychopath, but he's a psychopath with morals. And Joker proceeds to shoot Batman, and that leads to our third Scarecrow nightmare. Just absolutely creative stuff, and easily some of the best parts of this game.
I see you, Batman.
I love how throughout the game, Joker will pop up on these TV screens or over the intercom and just taunt you.
It's too easy. Oh, think about it. I've got you trapped in a little metal box, hanging precariously over a deadly drop. What say I just blow the emergency brakes and drop you like a sack of puppies?
As well as throughout the story, he just continuously keeps raising the stakes. He pushes a button and he releases all the lunatic inmates at once. He releases Poison Ivy from her cell, and she's probably one of the most dangerous people throughout these games. He fucking starts putting Titan in Gotham's water supply. And then if Poison Ivy wasn't bad enough, he fucking injects her with Titan, which causes her to fucking overgrow the island in giant ass vines and these little annoying ass spores. He is willing to do anything to win against Batman, and there's no line he won't cross. And then when you get to the end of the game, when you finally gone through all this shit and you're able to confront Joker face to face after fighting all these goons and all these Titan monsters, Joker, he starts to crack a little bit. He starts getting angry at Batman, and he says one of my favorite lines from this game.
Oh, you're ruining my big night! Months of planning down the crapper! I just wanted to bring down your grim facade and for once let you see the world as I see it, giggling in a corner and bleeding.
And then Joker, showing that he is willing to do anything and there's no line he won't cross yet again, he shoots himself with the Titan and he turns into this big, grotesque version of himself while choppers are all circling around, and this is the final battle. Once again, this should be goofy as fuck, but it's not. You see him and you see what he looks like, and he's got his ribs are coming out of his skin. He's grotesque to look at, and he makes these gross ass noises.
Change! Get crazy! It's the only way to beat me! You know you want to.
And after a long battle, Batman succeeds. Batman gives an explosive punch to Joker and saves the day once again. This story, I don't think, ever drags on at any point. There's no part that I'm not really looking forward to, and it's paced incredibly well. Now, of course, I didn't mention everything that happens, but I'd rather leave that to you if you've never played it before, because it absolutely is a delight. Now, with the story being great, what about the gameplay? Because you can have a good story, but if you don't have great gameplay, if your gameplay sucks, then you don't have a good game. I'm happy to say the gameplay is supreme. The combat system for this game was revolutionary for 2009. Although a lot of time has passed and we have 3 other Arkham games that improve upon the combat system each time, it can be a little jarring to go back and play this, and it does seem a little bit slower, a little bit more clunky, but it is not something that has gotten bad over time. It was truly innovative for the time it released. Rocksteady deems this the free flow combat system, and it is very smooth. Jumping from one enemy to another and countering, it makes you feel like you have full control, and you can just feel the impact for when he hits someone, thanks to the sound effects and the design. And I'm happy to say that for stealth, it is just as great. Now in every stealth room, they have gargoyles up on the walls that Batman can perch onto and survey the area. And what helps this is a great system called detective mode. Everybody loves detective mode. Detective mode essentially lets you see enemies through walls and lets you get a better grasp on how you're going to deal with these people. There are an infinite number of ways you can go about taking down a room full of people. And throughout the main story, you gain more and more gadgets to add to your belt. And these both could be helpful during a combat and a stealth scenario. One of the first gadgets you get in the game is called the explosive gel. And let me tell you, it is the best thing in the world to put that shit on a wall, and then when an enemy walks by it, you just blow that shit up.
Oh god, I found someone over here!
You can also get more gadgets through the upgrade menu, like the sonic batarang and the multi-batarang, but you can also get new moves to add variety to your stealth and combat section. Like in combat, there's a move you can get that just lets you pick a guy up and hurl him across the room. And for stealth, the main upgrade everyone looks for is the inverted takedown. Nothing makes you feel more like Batman than waiting above an enemy and just scooping them up into the gargoyle and hanging them down from it. It is such a perfect addition to this game, especially when the other inmates go to look at what the fuck happened and then they just see their friend hanging upside down, and you just take a batarang and cut them down right in front of them, and they get so scared. It really does a great job at making you feel like Batman. When you walk into a room and nobody knows you're in there yet, they're walking around, they're all calm, they're taking a slow pace, but then as you take out more enemies, they will just start to get more and more afraid. You can see them shake, they'll start turning around more frequently. It is so sadistic and fun at the same time. And throughout the game, it'll add more challenge to your combat and stealth sections. For stealth, Joker will add these little collars onto the inmates to sound off when you take one of them down. So if you do a stealth takedown on an enemy, they will immediately know the location and be alerted of your presence.
It's the suicide collar, and it sounds weird.
Suicide collar.
And towards the end of the game, he also adds explosive gargoyles. So it renders the gargoyles that are frequently used very useless.
I'm still up!
And in combat, a few enemies get added. You got a guy with a stun stick and you have to jump over him and attack him from behind. And then you have a guy that likes to play with knives and you just have to stun him. The variety and replayability of this game is so high due to just the infinite number of ways you can go about dealing with these situations. There is no end to the possibilities. If you wanted to, I know this is everyone's favorite tactic, wait for a guy to get on the ledge and then backclaw his ass straight off. Now, I want to talk about the villains of Arkham Asylum. There's 8 in total of the main ones, so I'll start with Victor Zsasz. Now, Zsasz is not in the game that much. He's in it for 2 scenes. He's in it at the beginning of the game, kind of used as a glide kick tutorial, and later in the game when he holds Dr. Young hostage. Now, although he's in 2 scenes, I like to think that he's very memorable. Mainly because of his unique look. He has marks all over his body, which in his bio is explained that every time he kills someone, he leaves a mark on his body, and there's a fuck ton of them. And his sadistic nature, he's probably the most sadistic person in this goddamn game. And after you meet him the second time, you throw a batarang at him while he's holding Dr. Young hostage, and that's kind of just the end for Zsasz. So, not really a big player, but he does leave an impression. Next up, we have Harley Quinn. Now, Harley, you never really face off against her. She just does a lot of taunting. She's pretty much a character that Joker sends to go stall Batman and, strangely enough, kidnap people.
Where's Gordon?
Wouldn't you like to
Over
know?
here.
Shut up!
There are times where she's a bit comical. Although she doesn't really pose a physical threat to Batman, she is great at just throwing shit in his way that he just constantly has to deal with. Dropping a fucking elevator on him, or hanging guards on top of electrified water, or sending waves of enemies at you while the floor could electrocute you. Of course, it's all halted when she actually does try to fight Batman, and he just doesn't have any of that shit. And of course she's blinded by the Joker's fake love, especially when he's saying shit like this.
Beating up Bane, feeding Scarecrow to Croc, slapping around Harley, my hobby, by the way.
And she does seem like a very sad character. Besides that, she's very enjoyable, very memorable in this game. Next up is Scarecrow, and I've already talked about how much I love the Scarecrow nightmares. And when he sends you into these nightmares, it basically sends you into a 2D platformer. There's an enlarged version of himself standing at the center while you navigate around him, but you can't get spotted. If you get spotted, it's basically game over and a little slap on the face for Batman. With each nightmare, it gets a little bit longer and longer. In the second and third nightmare, we actually get to fight some skeletons that rise up out of the ground, and we actually have to reach an end point to where we shine a bat signal onto Scarecrow, which seemingly evaporates him, kind of showing that Batman is mentally stronger than Scarecrow's toxin. But Scarecrow himself, you could tell that he's having a good time with this. Like, he'll just giggle by himself at the amount of terror that he gives people. I also love his design in these games with the glove and the needles on it, almost like Freddy Krueger. And the kind of gas mask look with the bag over his face. It's just a really cool design for him. Also, I didn't mention this earlier, but after the third Scarecrow nightmare, you actually have Scarecrow in your hand, and it's such a great moment.
You've ingested enough toxins to drive dead men insane. What are you?
I like how Scarecrow actually shows fear of his own here. Like, he's scared of what Batman is kind of capable of mentally. But alas, all good things come to an end. Scarecrow wants to release a bunch of fear toxin into Gotham's water supply. But then Croc is a bit hungry himself, decides to take Scarecrow down underwater to presumably enjoy him as a meal. And speaking of Killer Croc, why don't we talk about him next? Croc is not in the game that much, but oh my god. When he's shown to you in the very opening of the game, that part leaves a little seed in the back of your mind saying, I hope I never have to fight this guy. Until cut to way later in the game when it's revealed you have to go down to his lair in order to make an antidote for the Titan formula. So now you're finally down in the sewer and you've just seen Scarecrow get turned into a meal, and now the game wants you to go into his lair. Bitch, fuck that. I think every child remembers when they played this for the first time. They were on the verge of shitting themselves. Looking down that sewer, seeing the pallets that you have to walk on, not knowing what the fuck is gonna happen. And the worst part about it is that the game forces you to do it slowly. There is no running down there. We are going to drag out your dread as long as possible until he eventually pops out. Not only is this an area you are unfamiliar with, but this is an area where you have no leverage. There are no gargoyles, there's no using detective mode to see where he is underwater. All you have is your batarangs to use when he pops up, so that way you can hit his shot collar and send him back down. So that when you finally get what you need and have to make it all the way back out of there, it is such a sigh of relief when we set a trap for him to send him way down under and finally get the fuck out of there. The breath of fresh air when we were no longer in that lair. It was amazing. Next, there's Poison Ivy. Arguably the hardest boss fight of the game. We first see her in the penitentiary where she's begging to be let out. Of course, Batman ain't having that shit. But eventually, Harley Quinn goes on and lets her out. And she kind of just fucks off to the botanical gardens because, of course, she doesn't really have plans of pursuing Batman. She just kind of wants to chill out with her plants. He just tells her to go back to her cell or he'll be after her. And she's just like, yeah, okay, sure. And of course, Joker injects her with the Titan, which makes her go fucking ballistic and summons a giant goddamn plant. Now, I think most people regard this as the hardest boss fight in the game. It's certainly a creative one. I think it's my favorite. She kind of shoots these fireballs at you and lifts all these security guards up to go ahead and fight you. There'll be moments where she'll like have these vines raise up, and if you don't get out of the way in time, they'll start fucking strangling you. And you have to wait until her shell opens up to throw a batarang at her to damage her. And this boss fight has 2 waves, and it does take quite a while to actually beat her. And eventually, after a while, you realize she is no match for the Batman, as he damages her enough to where she comes down, to where he can spray explosive gel on her shell and explode that shit. And that's the end of Poison Ivy, for now. I always liked Poison Ivy. She is clearly one of the most dangerous villains in Batman's rogue gallery, yet all she really wants to do is just hang out with her plants. Now she does get carried away with it, of course. She heavily values plant lives over humans. She hates humans. But I do like the fact that she's not just like every other villain where she sees Batman and is like, ah, fuck you, Batman. It's not really until Joker instigates her that she really starts having a problem. Next is Bane, and Bane being one of Batman's most notorious foes in the comics for breaking his fucking back. Like I said earlier, he doesn't get a lot of screen time in this game, but dare I say, he is a big fucking menace. Literally, as soon as he gets free, it is on sight with Batman. He throws him through a fucking wall, and that's where our boss fight begins. Now, this boss fight is nothing spectacular. It's very simple, yet also very fun. It sees you dealing with waves of enemies that Bane throws as you defeat them, and Bane will go ahead and throw things off a wall towards you, and it's sometimes very funny to see the thugs he sent out get knocked down, but you have to wait until Bane charges you to throw a batarang at him, to which he will get stunned, run into a wall, and then that's where you can beat him up and cut one of his Titan tubes. And you do that for about 3 more times until the boss fight ends, letting Batman escape from underground until he appears once more above ground, and that's where we get that iconic moment that I talked about earlier with the Batmobile. Again, I wish he was in the game longer, but he does make one hell of an impact and an impression for the time that he's there. Next, we have the Joker. I've said a lot about Joker during the story portion of this video, but there's not enough things I could say. Mark Hamill plays him so goddamn well, and this personally is my definitive version of the Joker in this game. It's just great how he taunts you all along the way until the very end, and he'll just do things just to fuck with you for no reason. Like, there's one part in the game where you have to save these 2 guards that are strapped together in chairs, or else a bomb will go off, and the whole time you're trying to figure out how to get to them, he will start counting down slowly until he reaches 0. The thing is, if you let him reach 0 just to see what happens, this is what he says.
3, 2, 1. Boom! Only kidding.
I also love how sadistic this version of Joker is. Like, when you're chasing him throughout the game, you can see just a trail of bodies that he has left for you. Like, there's one part of the game where you catch up with Joker in the botanical gardens. He ends up running away, and after you leave that room, you see that he killed the doctors that you had just saved not even 5 minutes ago. And also, there's this scene.
You need to stop this now, before it goes too far.
Stop. But everyone's dying to see what I do next.
Let him go now.
Really? Okay, if you say so, Bat. Whoopsie! No!
While yes, this version of Joker is very campy and comical and energetic, he is also equally as frightening. And by the end of the game, when he transforms into the Titan monster, he's just simply had enough of Batman. Now, I wish I could say that the final boss fight with the Joker is the perfect boss fight to end on this game, and everyone has their feelings about this boss fight. Me personally, I'm okay with it, but I do feel like it could have been more. It's pretty much 3 waves of enemies coming at you, then Joker comes down, swipes at you while you run away, he goes up, and you just wait for a helicopter to come and distract him until you can pull him down. And you do that about 3 times until the boss fight's over. Very easy, but it's still a banger-ass ending. Now, the final villain I want to talk about is a villain that is both really good, and yet everybody in the community fucking hates him. This villain is none other than the Riddler. He comes in very early into the game, right into your ear.
Yes, it is I, Edward Nigma, the Riddler, and more importantly, your intellectual superior.
And he explains that he's hidden a shit ton of trophies all over the island, and it's your job to find all of them. There's like over 200, and it's not like these trophies are in the most easiest and convenient of spots. No, it takes a little bit of digging to actually find where these fucking things are at. And he'll pop in occasionally in your ear just to shit talk you. Like if you find a trophy, he'll pop into your ear and be like, a fifth grader could have found that one. That was really easy, Batman. That was supposed to be really easy.
What do you call a detective who is only halfway to the end? Loser?
There's stuff you can scan, whether it be a hidden question mark or alluding to another Batman character or a piece of lore. There's interview tapes you can collect for a bunch of the characters. So it's not like you're not gaining anything out of collecting all these things. It's just the fact that there's so many. I guarantee to you that everyone, if they do not know where a Riddler trophy is, or they are having a hard time solving a puzzle, that they have searched up Batman Arkham videos on YouTube, because that person is our savior. And the thing is, it only gets worse as the games go on. Each game, it gets fucking worse. But after you have done extensive researching, a lot of scouting, and have wasted all of your energy on finding the last Riddler trophy, you finally end up catching him by tracking his location and sending the police on over there. Everyone loves Riddler as a character, but goddamn, do we never look forward to those fucking trophies. And lastly, I don't think we can end this video without talking about the Asylum itself. It really is its own character in this game. Whenever you walk around the Asylum, there's always kind of this haunting presence that you feel looming over you. Like you feel the weight of whatever has ever happened here. Every building you enter in this game has its own identity, vastly different from one another, but it all still keeps that very creepy tone. Say you go in the medical center, you can see what looks to be blood smeared over everything. Heads and fingers, body parts, all in these jars. Everything seems messy and dirty. The equipment they have seems like damn near torture traps, suggesting that this was never really a great place even before the inmates took it over. And around the asylum, you can find these little Chronicle of Arkham stones that you can scan. They count towards a Riddler thing, but it's essentially someone leaving you a message, mainly running through the story of Amadeus Arkham, the founder of Arkham Asylum, was driven to a path of insanity after his first patient named Mad Dog, because after he deemed Mad Dog sane, he went ahead and killed Amadeus's wife, causing Amadeus to snap, and Amadeus ended up killing Mad Dog. Eventually, Amadeus was thrown into the asylum that he created. And you can actually see his cell in the game, along with his grave. Oh, and the person who is writing the stones for you to read is none other than Quincy Sharp, the warden of the asylum, who also had a psychotic episode and believes he is the reincarnated spirit of Amadeus Arkham. He also likes to kill patients. And I mention all that not only because it adds so much weight to the haunting feeling and presence you feel over the game, but there is also just so much lore you can find around the island through Riddler puzzles, interview tapes, and through the stones I just mentioned. You can find so many hints to other Batman villains like Catwoman and Penguin. Going into the penitentiary, you can find Calendar Man's cell, Two-Face's cell, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's just so much thrown onto the map, onto the island, into the buildings of this game. So much personality. It's not just a map with nothing in it that's empty. You could take one good look at any of the buildings in Arkham Asylum, go inside of them, and just have an idea about what goes on there. Rocksteady took the time to perfect the attention to details for things you might not even see. For example, that building with Joker's face on it, you could go in there at any point in time and you will see the Joker mannequin with the TV on his head. Like the first time you enter, he just says, maybe you could use someone to talk to in here, and a little bit more, but that's the general idea. And I don't think after this point many people really came back to the room, but the thing is, you can keep coming back after major events that happen in the story, and he'll have more and more dialogue loaded up.
How about Baby Boy then? Oh, bet you were shocked to see him, weren't you?
Like, at one point, there's multiple Joker mannequins that are in there. At a certain point, Harley pops up on the TV screen. It's a cool little detail that I don't think a lot of people notice. They didn't have to do it, but they went all out with it. You can find things like the meat that they feed Killer Croc down in intensive treatment. Also, what seems to be one of Scarecrow's hideouts. You can find a bunch of people that Zsasz killed and prop them up like they're playing a card game. I didn't even mention the secret room that Rocksteady put into the Arkham Mansion that they had to reveal to everyone because nobody fucking found it. If you go into the Arkham Mansion and put 3 explosive gels next to each other onto this one specific wall and blow it up, it reveals Quincy Sharp's secret room. And in this room, you'll find some sort of plans to maybe expand from Arkham Asylum, perhaps maybe in Arkham City. But the atmosphere of this game is just perfect. Everything works well with one another. It all just wraps around you like a blanket and whispers in your ear that nobody should be here. There is so much more I could say about this game. I could ramble on all goddamn day, but we don't have all goddamn day. As I said earlier, I have played this game more than any game in my life. I have beaten it so many times that I have damn near everything memorized. And I just wanted to come on here and talk about why I love it so much. This game means so much to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to other people as well. I remember when I first played the demo, I was begging my family to please get this goddamn game for me. It was all I would talk about or allude to every single day. And when I finally got it, I was the happiest kid alive. And to this day, at least once every year, I will go back and play the story and 100% the game again, because my love for it has not diminished after all this time. It was absolutely revolutionary for the comic book gaming scene and changed exactly what it meant to be a superhero video game. And it still stands the test of time, and I believe it always will. What's up guys, Good Gaming here. Today I am back with another video, and this time we are finally going to be talking about Batman Arkham City. I know it's been 3 months since I uploaded that Batman Arkham Asylum video, and everyone has been wanting me to talk about Arkham City ever since, but don't worry, because it's finally here. And I am glad we get to talk about it today, because it is one of my favorite games of all time. Easily in my top 5, and I'm sure many people feel the same way, whether it's their favorite game of all time, or it's their favorite comic book video game of all time. But I wanted to take a step back. I wanted to go back in time and replay this game again, to make sure we're not glorifying anything of the past, to make sure we're not wearing some rose-tinted goggles, and see if it really is truly one of the greatest comic book video games of all time. We're going to be talking about all sorts of things like the story, the gameplay, all that stuff. We're going to be covering all grounds. But before we do that, let's get into some background. After the massive success that was Batman Arkham Asylum, Rocksteady knew what they had to do. They had to go ahead and release a sequel, which, as a matter of fact, they were already brainstorming ideas for the game while they were working on Batman Arkham Asylum. So after Batman Arkham Asylum released in August of 2009, they got straight to work on Arkham City, wasting no time at all. They got Paul Dini to come back and write again. This secured Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy, but Arlene Sorkin did not return for the role of Harley Quinn, as Tara Strong took up that role instead. Again, rest in peace Arlene and Kevin. And Rocksteady really wanted to go all out for this game, making a city that would accommodate for Batman's gliding and grappling, making you feel like the Dark Knight. I'm sure everyone remembers when that very first teaser trailer released, showing all sorts of hints and clues to different villains in the Batman universe we haven't seen yet, and being blown away by just how big this game was gonna be. And finally, the game had released on October 18th, 2011. And of course, the game received massive amounts of praise, easy 10 out of 10s across the board. But does it still live up to that god tier status that everyone held it so high 12 years ago? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out when we jump into the story. 6 months after the events of Batman Arkham Asylum, Bruce Wayne holds a press conference protesting against the opening of Arkham City, a super prison built right in the center of Gotham City, housing all of Batman's most dangerous foes. During the press conference, a strike force named Tiger invades, smokes everyone out, and knocks Wayne unconscious. Bruce wakes up in a dark room confronted by Hugo Strange, the supposed mastermind behind Arkham City. He reveals that he knows who Batman really is and plans to commence an operation called Protocol 10, and Strange threatens to tell the world about Batman's identity if Bruce tries to stop him. Bruce is led out into the city, kidnapped by the Penguin, beats up the Penguin, and climbs to the rooftop of Ace Chemicals as Alfred sends him the iconic Batsuit. Batman suits up and prepares for a literal hell on Earth, as he intends to find out exactly what is Protocol 10. Such a simple setup, but it leaves you very intrigued. Not only is Batman locked in there with every single inmate he's put away, but Hugo Strange also puts political prisoners in there for anyone who protests against him or even has worked for him, anything to tie up any loose ends so that he doesn't get in trouble. And learning about this mysterious Protocol 10, it already sounds so badass. Protocol 10. What the hell could it be? I also love that Bruce Wayne gets a cruel introduction to the city, showing you how he is not liked by anyone. It's also very funny to me that these inmates are so goddamn dumb that they see Bruce Wayne jumping around like an acrobat and they don't put the pieces together. That's just funny to me. And obviously we get the introduction of Alfred in the series, making for a great companion in Batman's ear. So that was the opening of the game, but now let's do a little speed run of the entire plot of the game, and then afterwards I'll tell you how I feel. After suiting up, we also learn that Catwoman is in the city and is kidnapped by Two-Face. Batman saves Catwoman and attempts to question if she has any info on Protocol 10, but the two are interrupted by a sniper shot taken by none other than the Joker. Batman tracks down Joker to the steel mill looking to interrogate him about Protocol 10, but it's revealed that he is very sick. Eventually, Batman stumbles upon Harley Quinn crying over the Joker's corpse, but what do you know? It was all a trick and Batman is knocked out again. He later wakes up and Joker shows him how sick he really is. The Titan that he injected himself with at the end of Arkham Asylum infected his blood and is slowly killing him. But of course, Joker raises the stakes again by infecting Batman with some of his own blood and donating more to hospitals all over Gotham. To make matters worse, Joker has no idea what Protocol 10 is, but Batman is forced to get to work and find them a cure. So he searches the city for Mr. Freeze. Catwoman during this time has occupied herself with treasure that is locked behind one of Strange's vaults. She gets the idea to track down Poison Ivy and ask her for help. Ivy isn't so happy to see her and proceeds to send a few Redditors to stop Catwoman before trapping her and holding her captive. Batman finds out Freeze was kidnapped by the Penguin and is being held in the museum. He finds Freeze stripped of his suit and demands Freeze to help manufacture a cure. Batman catches up with the Penguin and as a last stand makes him fight a resurrected Solomon Grundy. Batman emerges victorious and takes down the Penguin. Freeze is now free and has found his suit. Unfortunately, he explains to Batman that the cure can't be made without a restorative enzyme, an enzyme only found in the blood of Ra's al Ghul. Batman tracks down one of his assassins underneath the city and is so close to finding Ra's but is near death at this point. Luckily, he runs into Talia al Ghul, Ra's daughter, and Bruce's former lover. He takes part in the demon trials to temporarily restore his health and fights Ra's to steal his blood. After bringing the blood back to Freeze, he successfully develops 2 antidotes but destroys one to try and force Batman into finding his wife, Nora. Batman and Freeze fight, but during the brawl, Harley Quinn snuck in and took the cure. Batman confronts Joker at the steel mill, who by the way is looking much better already. The two fight until Joker traps Batman under rubble. Joker towers over Batman ready to kill him until Talia interrupts and offers Joker a trade to spare Batman, and she'll grant him immortality by Ra's Lazarus pit. But meanwhile, Catwoman convinces Ivy to help her into the vault. She steals a briefcase filled with treasures and is about to leave Arkham City, but sees that Batman is in trouble. Her conscience takes over and she decides to save him. After Batman is freed, Protocol 10 begins. Dozens of helicopters are firing missiles upon the prisoners in the city, attempting to kill every single one of them. Batman attempts to save Talia first, but Oracle and Alfred prevent him from doing so, as dealing with Strange is the priority. Batman makes his way to Wonder Tower as Strange keeps sending Tiger Guards to thwart Batman while decimating the city. Batman finally makes it to the top, taking out every single guard and confronting Strange. Batman puts an end to Protocol 10, and as Strange is in mid-monologue, he is impaled by Ra's al Ghul, as he reveals himself to be the true mastermind behind into Arkham City, as Strange was just a puppet. Strange self-destructs the tower as Batman tackles Ra's out the window. The two are in freefall as Ra's tries to kill Batman by impaling himself, but he fails and is left for dead. Joker pops up on a screen and reveals that he has Talia hostage and it's time for them to finish this. Batman enters the Monarch Theater as Joker confronts him and demands Batman give him the cure. Batman is confused because Harley already stole it, but in one swift move, Talia takes her sword and stabs the Joker, seemingly killing him. Talia reveals that she stole the cure from Harley Quinn and had it all along. Batman inspects Joker's body and reflects on all the events leading up to this moment, realizing something isn't right. While he is finally piecing it all together, Talia is shot and killed from behind by the real Joker, who is still very sick. The Joker that is on the ground resurrects and is revealed to have been Clayface all along. Batman fights Clayface, attempting to freeze him, but Joker blows the floor out from beneath them. They end up fighting in Ra's chamber until Batman prevails and steals the cure back. He drinks the antidote and is seemingly cured, but Ra's chamber blows up and leaves Batman unconscious. He wakes up with the cure in his hand as Joker lurks in the dark, speaking to Batman. He then stabs him, causing Batman to drop the cure, rendering it useless to Joker. Joker continues to laugh until he starts choking on his breath. He lies down and begins gasping for air until he finally dies, with a smile on his face. Batman carries Joker outside in front of all his henchmen and Harley, before exiting Arkham City to a squadron of GCPD officers led by Jim Gordon. He lies Joker's corpse down on the police car and walks off as Jim Gordon asks him what happened.
Batman, what happened?
So that is pretty much the entire plot of Arkham City, and let me tell you, I love it. There is so much done right here and in the service of the character of Batman. They open up Batman much more than being just a stoic figure who fights crime and saves the day. And compared to last game, the stakes in this one are just so much higher. Not only does Batman have to figure out what this Protocol 10 is, he is infected with the Joker's blood while trying to do it, so he is on a time limit and has to focus on two different things at once. And I love that throughout the game, you'll get this countdown every now and again, how Strange comes on the intercom and says Protocol 10 will commence in 10 hours. Protocol 10 will commence in 5 hours, all throughout the game until it finally happens. Joker even infects people outside of Arkham City. He sends his blood to hospitals to infect just random civilians, making this a much harder job for Batman. So of course Batman has some help in the background, and we even get a cameo appearance by Robin, who tries to help Batman in Arkham City, but Batman of course tells him he needs to be in Gotham helping out there. Batman kind of comes off as a dick a little bit.
If you need me, you know where I am. I know. Now go.
But it's understandable given the circumstances, and that's a theme I love throughout this game. You can tell how fed up and aggravated Batman is with the situation. Like when Batman is talking to Mr. Freeze, trying to get him to help with the cure, Mr. Freeze isn't too thrilled about the idea and kind of denies helping Batman, but Batman just pulls out his fucking life support.
There's a security override chip I built into the suit to stop anyone using my weapons against me.
How did that work out for you?
Or when Quincy Sharp is thrown into the city, Arkham Asylum's former warden, now Gotham City's mayor. He's getting beat up by a bunch of dudes, Batman saves him and then proceeds to hang him off a fucking building to interrogate why he put Strange in charge of Arkham City. And I of course love all these side characters, like Oracle and Alfred always in your ear, being support to Batman. They're always nice as ever, and I'm glad Alfred was added to this game. And of course we get Talia, who you can tell Batman really cares for, and she cares for Batman, and we actually get to see Batman really vulnerable in these moments with Talia. But she is a great side character, helping Batman in the background and just being a major badass. But after Strange finally counts down to Protocol 10, you're in the steel mill and it's getting even closer, down to 30 minutes. You're hearing Oracle feed you news reports and live recordings of Strange's orders for the guards for when Protocol 10 happens.
They're telling Strange that they're disappointed in him, that they never believed Protocol 10 would need to be activated.
But they gave him permission, didn't they?
Good evening. Protocol 10 will commence in 30 minutes. You all have specific orders for this situation. Follow them.
It just makes the buildup for this mysterious thing so much more terrifying. And of course, when we're playing as Catwoman, he finally counts down all the way to 1, and we just hear a loud explosion above ground. And we're just left wondering, what the fuck just happened? But after she goes to save Batman, Batman gets a chance to walk outside. Just the music and the scenery of when this takes place, it is perfection. The intensity is high. If you turn on detective mode, you can see bodies splattered all over the street. And I love this moment where Batman tries to go save Talia first, but Alfred and Oracle stop him, telling him he needs to go after Strange first and shut this all down, showing that even Batman is capable of letting his emotions get in the way of something. Very rare, but it does happen. I love when Alfred gives these talks to Bruce, showing why he's the perfect mentor.
I realize it is difficult, Sam, but you need to decide if one life is worth sacrificing to save 1,000.
Don't do this, Alfred.
Batman must save Gotham. I'm sorry, but deep down, you know I'm right.
Circling back though, I do want to talk about the Catwoman missions. There's about 4 of them in the main story. You get 2 before and after the game and 2 more that are spread out in the main story. They're really not that long and they are kind of fun to do. Plus they give you a break from the main story. In the opening of the game before the main story, when you have a bunch of Two-Face thugs standing there and they hear glass break and they're expecting Batman, but Catwoman pops up instead, it's not only a surprise to the thugs, it's also a surprise to the player. One thing about Catwoman is that you can only see Poison Ivy if you are playing as Catwoman. And I remember when this game released back all the way in 2011, my cousin had the game and I only borrowed it, but you needed a code to play as Catwoman and get those side missions. So I just played the base game and I didn't have Catwoman. And then I saw a character trophy for Poison Ivy and I was like, who the fuck is Poison Ivy? I also love this infamous choice you get to save Batman or leave the city. And if you actually do leave the city, the game cuts to credits and you get some unique dialogue. Thankfully, Rocksteady is nice enough to go back and rewind the game for you so you can make the right choice. But just imagine how many people shit themselves when they realized, oh no, the game's over, fuck. Another thing that shines through in the main story is all of the main villains we have here. Strange is menacing and diabolical, and as the game goes on, you learn that he's pulling so many strings to control the different villains and gangs. He supplies Joker's crew with weapons, and you can hear the thugs bragging about how Strange is on their side, but he only does it to make it seem like the criminals of Arkham City are out of control, so it would be easier to get Protocol 10 authorized, truly being a puppet master. But as it turned out, Ra's al Ghul is the true mastermind and is clearly insane from dunking in the Lazarus pit too many times. He's even willing to kill his own daughter to get one over on Batman. Him being the true puppet master behind Arkham City makes so much sense, as he believes in power and order with an iron fist, but of course Batman believes in justice.
You're wrong, Ra's. You've become what you've always fought against, and I will stop you.
I doubt it.
Penguin and Two-Face have smaller roles in the story, but they are absolutely incredible. Nolan North and Troy Baker do wonderful jobs with these characters and give us moments that are iconic and borderline fucking hilarious.
Two guns, bitch!
I wonder what would happen if I take this hammer and... Well, what do you know? His whole bloody hand explodes.
Mr. Freeze is a character that is in that gray area of morality. He will do bad things, but only if it can benefit him saving his wife, Nora. He's willing to help Batman, but only because Batman brings up how Nora could be affected if Freeze doesn't help. At the end of the day, though, they both have mutual respect for each other, and Mr. Freeze will always be one of my favorites. Unfortunately, Harley really doesn't do much in this story, although she does feature one of the most wild prompts I've ever seen in a video game before. But she has a full DLC to herself, so that kind of makes up for it. Tara Strong does do an incredible job of filling in the shoes of Arlene Sorkin though, and honestly the first time I played it I could barely tell a difference, so good job Tara. Then of course there is the Joker. Joker is incredible as always, and Mark Hamill really gives one of his best performances as the character. He spends most of the game in the background but never fails to deliver when he shows up. Even though he's not there though, throughout the game he'll leave you voice messages just saying stupid shit to fuck with Batman. Even when Joker is heavily sick and is put on the sidelines, he still poses a massive threat with his schemes and will do whatever it takes to come out victorious, even pulling off one of the greatest plot twists in gaming. Nobody in their fucking right mind called that Clayface was really healthy Joker the whole time, and if you did, you're lying. Maybe you're not, but You know, the way Batman sits there and knows something is off and deduces it in his mind is one of the best gaming scenes ever. But going back and replaying it, you can see so many hints leading up to it. It's crazy. Talia's death hits him hard. Although they could never make it work, you can tell that they still love each other. But Joker just rubs it in. And one of the most unexpected moments with the death of the Joker. Rocksteady had balls killing off one of comic books' most infamous villains. But you know what? It worked. Even then, he laughs himself to death at that one line that sums up Batman's morality and his entire relationship with the Joker.
You want to know something funny? Even after everything you've done, I would have saved you.
You know, that actually is pretty funny.
Batman wins, but it's not a victory. Batman created the Joker and now feels a sense of failure and guilt as he carries his corpse out of the city. This ending is one of my favorites in video games ever, and probably the best in the series. Seeing Joker's death for the first time had my jaw to the floor. It wouldn't be the obvious thing to do. We all would have thought that they would have kept him going, but honestly, it was right. Killing him off in this game and then letting Scarecrow shine in Arkham Knight was the right call, even though, you know, he's not really gone per se, but we'll speak about that at a later date. With everything I love about this story, there are a few gripes and nitpicks I have though. One is that the story is very short. If you're just doing the story and nothing else, the story length comes about in between 4 and 5 hours. And I didn't skip any cutscenes or anything like that. I recorded all my gameplay, making it much shorter than Batman Arkham Asylum, but it kind of does make up for it with the inclusion of side missions, which we didn't really have in Arkham Asylum besides the whole Riddler stuff, but I do kind of wish it was longer. You can literally complete the game in one sitting. Another thing is the pacing is mostly overall great, but there is one section of the main story that is really boring to get through. It's when you're going to the museum for the first time, you walk in and you realize that there's a signal jammer preventing you from progressing. So you have to go outside back into the city and find 3 different signal jammers and destroy them in order to progress. The problem is when you go and find these signal jammers, you fight a bunch of enemies and then you destroy 3 sides of the damn thing. So not only do you have to find 3 different signal jammers, clear out the enemies that are around the signal jammers, you have to repeat the same animation and the same prompt 9 different fucking times. And it feels really out of place. It just feels like it was put in there to kind of add padding. When you're playing Spider-Man and you stumble upon a Mary Jane stealth mission, this is my Mary Jane stealth mission for this game. Thankfully, that's really the only part of the game where the momentum kind of died down, but oh man. My final big gripe with the game is why didn't Strange reveal his identity? He says at the beginning of the game,
If you try to stop me, I guarantee everyone will know your secret.
why you lying, bro? Batman actively tries to stop him all throughout the game, and not once does he ever really bring up the fact that he's Batman, or bring up the fact that he knows his identity, or threatens to leak it again. I've seen a couple theories online, but I don't think everything was really confirmed. One theory was like, that's not what Ra's al Ghul really wanted, but it's never really explained or touched upon in the game, so I kind of feel like I have to deduct some points there. But thankfully, those are the only gripes I have with the main story. Overall, you still have a solid Batman story that brings on some amazing characters from Batman's rogues gallery and challenges Batman and drags him through hell and back, giving one of the best plot twists and endings to a video game ever. Rocksteady really stepped up their game when it comes to gameplay this time around. We all know Arkham Asylum had that free flow combat that we all love, but Rocksteady really managed to take that system and kick it to gear 11. Batman's combat is greatly enhanced in this game. It is so much more smooth and easier to lunge further distances towards enemies you really want to hit, adding a whole new assortment of takedowns, plus adding the ability to use majority of your gadgets in the free flow combo without messing anything
leveling up. Speaking of the gadgets in the game, we do get a few new ones. Of course, we have the returning favorites such as the line launcher, the cryptographic sequencer, the explosive gel. We get some awesome additions like the remote electric charge, the freeze cluster grenade, and one of the best additions ever, the smoke pellet. The one tool that is essential to making you feel like the Dark Knight. Nothing feels better than dropping a smoke pellet and disappearing into the night, leaving your enemies in confusion. Of course, stealth gets an upgrade as well, such as a few takedowns that were added, such as the double takedown, an overhead takedown, and a wall takedown, opening up way more opportunities to clear a room full of enemies. Of course, enemies have upgraded their equipment this time around, like using thermal goggles and proximity mines, but by using upgrades and new gadgets, you can easily negate them, sometimes even turning their own gadgets against them. Traversal is instantly made better by adding a dive bomb mechanic, where Batman can dive straight down and swoop back up to get some extra airtime, as well as an upgrade you have to unlock called the grapnel boost, and I advise that you get it as soon as possible because it is very essential if you want to have fun traveling around the city. You also have a much more in-depth upgrading system for Batman, adding different tabs for combat, armor, gadgets, and stealth, and oh my god, do they enhance the game so much more. Then we have Catwoman. She isn't as powerful as Batman, but she is way faster and more agile, making it seem like you are playing as a human pinball. She has very limited gadgets, but honestly, I only ever found myself using her whip anyway. Her takedowns are very unique and fit perfectly with her personality. God damn, I wish that was me. Her traversal isn't really that fast and sees you doing a lot of climbing, but it's not much to hinder the experience. Stealth is a challenge as she doesn't have the tools that Batman harnesses, but she can make very quick escapes to avoid gunfire. But I swear to god, if they keep shooting out those gargoyles, I'm gonna fucking scream. Almost like Batman's detective mode, she has a thing called thief vision. It's not as in-depth, but it is kind of cool to look at. And of course, we cannot forget everybody's favorite gameplay feature that Rocksteady added to this game. Big head mode, baby. Look at that shit, looking like babies. It is so fucking ridiculous, but everybody loves it for that. But yes, overall the gameplay for these two characters is amazing. Very impressive how they managed to improve so much and so drastically from Batman Arkham Asylum, especially when they're adding another character to play as and making a whole entirely new system for her. I guess technically 4 characters, because you can also play as Robin and Nightwing in the challenge mode for this game, both with their own unique system and animations. But yes, the combat does live up and exceed its predecessor. As for the boss fights in Arkham City, you get 4 in this game, kind of 5. The first one you're dealing with in the story is Solomon Grundy. He doesn't make an appearance in the game for very long, but it is very cool seeing him. The undead nature and the presentation of this guy with all the lighting is truly a sight to see. Plus, a Batman absolutely having no fear is badass. The boss fight is pretty simple. You go around spraying explosive gel on the ground, destroying his light thingies. I don't know what the fuck you call these things. But after you do that, the fight goes into a second phase where Grundy rips that sexy shirt off and you have to do it again. And then once you do that over again, Solomon Grundy falls on the ground and you presume he's dead. But when Batman goes to finish the job, Grundy resurrects, grabs Batman, and drags him to be electrocuted. You struggle as Batman, but you eventually escape. And then the boss fight sees you doing the same thing again. And finally, you do a final beat down on Grundy until you eventually rip his heart out. Such a simple boss fight, and of course follows the rules of 3, but the music and the lighting and just the overall presentation of it is so awesome. Grundy is a very cool villain, and he was kind of a one-off in the entire series in this moment, but he does make an unforgettable mark on the series. The next boss fight you're going to face is Ra's al Ghul. You are put in this kind of sand arena as Ra's al Ghul goes through different phases of trying to fight you. He'll send sand enemies, with one of them actually being Ra's al Ghul, and I think it's really cool that once you actually find the real Ra's al Ghul, you snap into reality for a brief moment and then back into the boss fight. But once you're done doing that, he goes into the middle and morphs into this giant sand version of himself, sending blades and shurikens your way while you have to try and find the perfect opportunity to damage him. You do that enough time and he breaks out of his shell, eventually going back into the ground, but then he busts straight out of there and does a flurry of attacks with his sword while you have to counter and then eventually reverse it on him and beat him down. Those 3 phases essentially repeats until you're done with the boss fight, but it is so amazing. This boss fight is literal anime. Just the camera work and the impact of all the counters and hits to Ra's al Ghul. Plus, in the boss fight, a bunch of sand demons come out of the ground and you have to counter all of them and break them off of you. Such an amazing boss fight. The next boss fight you have to face is probably the best in the entire series, and that's the one where you have to face Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze is a very unique boss fight, as it has you do an attack to try and take him down, but if you do that attack, you can no longer use that attack again in the entire boss fight. So it leads you having to be creative and use your gadgets and critical thinking to try and figure out how to beat him. Depending on the difficulty you're playing on, there's a certain amount of times that you have to do it. I think the most is 10 if you're playing on New Game Plus. But it is so cool how Mr. Freeze adapts to your attacks. You do a silent takedown behind him and eventually activate these thrusters that prevent you from no longer doing that. If you do a ledge takedown on him, he'll freeze the ledge. If you do a vent takedown, he'll freeze the vent. So many cool possibilities, and it leaves you having to actually think about how you're going to take him down. But when you eventually do, you just beat the shit out of him until you break his helmet. But then the final boss against Clayface. He is a very big boy. The way to beat this boss is you just have to keep throwing freeze grenades until he gets down enough damage, and then Batman can take a fucking sword and chop him down. He does multiple attacks like trying to crush you, chop the top of your fucking head off, and does a rollerball thing at you. But eventually, after you freeze him twice and chop him with the sword enough times, that's when Joker changes the scenery, and when you end up at Race's chamber, you have to fight a bunch of clay henchmen with the sword until you eventually freeze Clayface again and then jump in there and get the cure and finish him off. This is an amazing final boss fight for this game. Pretty much inventing a whole new combat system for Batman with a fucking sword is absolutely incredible, just because you don't even get to play with it that long. And this boss fight actually proves quite a bit of challenge. Those Clayface henchmen are kind of relentless sometimes. I think it proves a great final boss for this game. And I almost forgot, you get a bonus boss fight as Catwoman in her final little episode where she has to go to the museum and take down Two-Face. It's pretty much just a stealth section that sees a bunch of enemies plus Two-Face, and he actually has a fucking rocket launcher. This one is quite a challenge too, but pretty much all you have to do is go and take down Two-Face, whether you beat him up or you do a silent takedown. Do that enough times until he's finally worn down, and it's actually pretty fun to beat up Two-Face multiple times and get knocked the fuck out. And that's it for all the bosses in Arkham City. The best boss fights in the series, you'll come to find out. While Arkham Asylum had some fun and very creative boss fights, this game elevates it so much more. Every single boss fight in this game is so wacky and so creative and fits so well with each character, and the scenery of each one and the music is all breathtaking. Unfortunately, Arkham Knight doesn't really live up to that status, but we'll get there eventually.
Well, so the shaved monkey has failed. How utterly expected.
As for side missions, there are 12 in the game, but 3 of them are resorted to gadgets and upgrades and stuff, so we're really only going to be talking about 9. The first one is where a mysterious watcher is stalking you all around Arkham City, and every time you walk up to him, he says something cryptic and then disappears in smoke while leaving a symbol on the ground for you to scan.
We have been watching you for a long time, Batman.
You go to another part of the city and you find him there again, and he does the same thing. You do that about 4 different times until Batman puts together all the symbols leading to one location. When you get to this location, he reveals that he is the character Azrael, a character in the comics that notably adopts the Batman cowl, but can often be an enemy due to his violent nature. But in this game, he warns Batman of a prophecy that is coming, events that Batman cannot stop that sees Gotham burning.
Dark days are coming, Batman. The prophecy is coming true. You are the warrior who will close the gates of hell. You are the one who will save this day. And in doing so, events will occur that you cannot stop. From the ashes of Arkham, the fires will rage and Gotham will burn. And you will burn too.
And you know what? He was kinda right. But he disappears into a cloud of smoke, not to be seen again in this game. Very quick side mission, but he is a very interesting character. And after the whole series, this prophecy that he tells is pretty cool. And I love the design for Azrael with the red and the white. He just looks so cool. Next, we have Bane. You find Bane after wandering into a toy factory randomly in Arkham City. And this time, you're actually not fighting him. And it's very cool to see Bane again after Arkham Asylum, especially since what happened last time. But he tells you that there are a bunch of Titan containers in shipment that are in Arkham City. He lets you know that these need to be destroyed so nobody bad gets their hands on it. He says there's 12 in total and each of you takes 6. So after going around the city and discovering 6 different Titan containers and destroying all of them, you can do it throughout the story, after the game. You can even do a majority of them before you even get to the side mission, which I think is really cool for speedrunners. But after doing all that, you come back to Bane, let him know that you destroyed your half, but not until Batman and Bane are interrupted by a bunch of henchmen demanding some Titan. And this part is really cool because you and Bane actually get to work together. You're fighting a bunch of henchmen and Bane's also there whipping ass and throwing henchmen around, and it is pretty cool. But once you defeat all the henchmen with Bane, Batman checks in making sure he destroyed all his containers. But what do you know, Bane reveals that he had the containers all along and he just wanted to destroy the excess to make sure nobody else could take the Titan and rival him. He goes to charge at Batman and Batman ends up trapping him in a little cage.
I knew I couldn't trust you, Bane, so I used you instead.
What?
Leaving you to destroy the rest of the Titan containers, and that's pretty much it. My boy Bane keeps getting disrespected. Again, like last game, I wish that Bane had much more of a role to play. At least if he was only present in this side mission, I wish we had gotten another boss fight with him. Especially since this is the furthest you ever see Bane chronologically in the Arkham series. He doesn't even show up in Arkham Knight, so this is pretty much it. Thankfully, Origins carried this character on their fucking back. Next, you have Nora. As you remember in the main story, Freeze asks you to find Nora as Joker has her held somewhere. Of course, if you know anything about Batman, you know that Nora is frozen and she has a disease that Mr. Freeze is waiting for a cure so that he can unfreeze her and then give it to her. But Batman goes to find out where she is and he ends up finding a hideout full of thugs where they're just keeping her in an icebox. And once you're done securing the area, you go back to the GCPD and tell Freeze that you found his wife and that he can safely go visit her. Pretty short, pretty simple, but it is sweet, especially after the fact you get to talk to him and he expresses his gratitude towards Batman, so that's really cool. Next, you have the Mad Hatter. He shows up very briefly in the story when you're talking to Vicky Vale, and after the fact, Alfred will mark on your map that he has dropped an antidote for you that you can take and you'll get all healthy again. But going to take this antidote passes you out, and you wake up in a mysterious dining table. Everyone has rabbit masks on, and you just see the silhouette of a small man in a top hat. He ends up putting a mask on you, fading to black. We end up struggling for control over our sanity, but after breaking out of it, it is revealed that we are on a falling clock and we have to take out as much enemies as we can, with Mad Hatter popping up over and over again trying to stop Batman. After defeating all the enemies and getting a hold of Mad Hatter, Batman finally knocks him out. This side mission is really fucking cool. The scenery and the imagery, the silhouette of Mad Hatter while you're sitting at the table is just really cool to look at. And when you finally transport to the falling clock, it is such a sight to see. This is probably the closest thing you get to a Scarecrow nightmare in this game, and although it's short, it is very much sweet. Then we have Deadshot. You first encounter Deadshot when you're talking to a random political prisoner who is hiding out, saying that someone is out to kill him. While talking to him, his suspicion becomes true, and he gets a sniper bullet straight through the dome. Batman sets up a crime scene and figures out where the shot came from, and further investigation leads him to believe that Deadshot is in Arkham City. A few more assassinations occur throughout the game. Each time Batman investigates the area, finally pinpointing one of Deadshot's secret stashes. This stash includes a cell phone that has his upcoming targets. On the list is Jack Ryder, Bruce Wayne, and Batman. He realizes that Jack Ryder is mere minutes away from having his head blasted on concrete, so he rushes across the city to save him with mere seconds to spare. Deadshot gets very angry about this, and it is up to you to confront him. He stands his ground, looking around, seeing if he can find Batman. As you hide behind behind corners, eventually sneaking up under him and taking him out. Batman traps Deadshot in a rail car, and that's the end of that. Doing the crime scene setups for this mission is really cool, but again, I wish Deadshot was a little bit more challenging. We kind of just sneak up on him, press a button, and then that's it. But in fact, you can actually see a Deadshot at the beginning of Arkham City. I recommend you do this side mission while you're doing the story, because waiting around for all the victims, it takes a while. Then we have one of my favorite side missions in the game, and that is the identity theft case. Throughout Arkham City, you can find multiple mutilated bodies, all with their face wrapped up in some gray tape. You learn that these people were murdered and had parts of their face carved off and stolen. You come across a couple prisoners who witnessed the accident or helped clean it up, and they all say that they saw who did it, and they say that it was Bruce Wayne. Only Batman knows that this is impossible because, of course, he is Bruce Wayne. He kind of gets irritated at this idea that everyone thinks it's Bruce Wayne, and Oracle kind of even questions him about it.
Think about it. What if Crane got to you again? You know Strange's reputation. Maybe he planted the idea back when you met him. I don't like it, but...
It wasn't me. I'm sure it wasn't.
But eventually we find the hideout of this mysterious identity theft killer, and doing some investigation, we find out that it is none other than Thomas Elliot, also known as Hush. Hush is an iconic Batman villain, and Thomas Elliot is a former childhood friend of Bruce Wayne. He slowly takes off the wrapping around his face to reveal he looks just like Bruce Wayne, because all these identity theft murders that he was carving faces from, he took enough faces and enough pieces to perfectly craft himself to look like Bruce Wayne. We don't get to fight him or anything, but he leaves you so intrigued and wanting for more, and leaves very ominously outside of Arkham City. This side mission is just great. The buildup of Hush being in the game, and all these prisoners saying that it was Bruce Wayne when in the back of your mind you know it's not, and even Bruce and Oracle questioning his sanity, and what if he really did do these things and he just didn't know it, making for one of the best side missions in the game. I'm sure it'll all pay off in the next one. Next, you have Victor Zsasz, returning from Arkham Asylum and more sadistic than ever. You first hear of Zsasz when a telephone rings throughout Arkham City. Picking up this telephone reveals that Zsasz is also in Arkham City. Not only that, he has multiple hostages, and if Batman doesn't comply and play his little game, then he's going to kill all of them. His game involves ringing a telephone randomly in Arkham City, and when Batman picks it up, he rings another telephone in Arkham City, and Batman has a limited time to get there before he kills one of the hostages. And when you get to this second telephone, you try and trace his call, figuring out where he is, but he keeps talking, going on about his life story, and it is very maniacal, but so intriguing to hear.
All I wanted was them back. I now know that that was impossible, of course, that their death served a higher purpose. But back then, I had yet to experience the joy of cold steel cutting through warm flesh.
And I am so glad they expanded more on Zsasz, because we all loved his sadistic and insane nature in Arkham Asylum, and it's cool that we kind of get a background on who he is. I actually reached out and made a post on my YouTube channel asking if anyone has anything to say about Arkham City, and I'll include it in the video. We have one reply here from SmexyBacon4552 saying, I like the Zsasz side mission and the Mad Hatter one, and I have to agree, both these side missions are great. The only problem I have with the Zsasz one is that after all the call tracing and after all that, you finally find his hideout, but once you get to him, you press another button, and then that completes the whole side mission. I just wish there was a little bit more to do in the case of some of these villains than just pressing a button and putting them away. But nevertheless, it is a great side mission, and I'm glad we got to hear about more of Zsasz. Thanks for the comment, by the way, Smexy Bacon. Then we have random acts of violence happening across Arkham City, where you see a regular inmate assaulting a political prisoner, and you pretty much just do a bunch of those until the side mission is complete. Not much to it, but it gives you something to do. Last, but certainly not least, is the Riddler. We all love to hate the Riddler in this series, and in Arkham Asylum, after we beat him at his own game and collected all 240 of those Riddler trophies, he's back and he's more deranged than ever with 440 Riddler trophies. What the fuck? This is officially going too far. But his side mission includes him kidnapping a team of firefighters and holding a bunch of them hostage, while you have to progress and find more Riddler trophies, and after you find a certain amount, you get to unlock another Riddler room holding another firefighter. I will say it is fun having to do these rooms, plus you get a little enigma machine where he has you do a little riddle to unlock the next clue. It's fun actually seeing him in person this time and not just in your ear being a fucking nuisance. But oh my god, 440 of these things, I think just a little bit too much in my opinion. Not only is it Riddler trophies, but it's a bunch of challenges and of course having to scan different riddles like the last game. You also get some for Catwoman, and then of course you have the breakable stuff like Joker teeth and balloons and security cameras, and it's just like, it's too much. I know they feel like they had to go bigger because it's a bigger play area and stuff like that, but in so many cases you find one Riddler trophy and then you go to another building right next to it and then you find another Riddler trophy and then you go to another building and you find another Riddler thing. It's just too much. So many question marks and fucking trophies clutter this city to all living hell. But if you're up to the task and willing to collect, then you finally figure out where Riddler's hideout is and you get to take him down once and for all, humiliating him in the process. But yeah, very fun side mission, very irritating as well due to how many trophies and challenges you have to do, but a very satisfying end for when you do it all. And that's pretty much it for all the side missions in Arkham City. I think most of them do a great job of keeping you occupied and having a little bit of fun. Again, I do wish some of them were more in depth and more than just pressing a button and then being done with it. It's not like they're hard to do at all, besides the Riddler and collecting all his fucking trophies. So I give a thumbs up to all the side missions in the game. Whereas all three parts of Arkham Asylum had that overall creepy atmosphere to it, each part of this map feels like it has its own atmosphere. Industrial District looks polluted to all hell with the orange, rusty, and dirty looking sky. Amusement Mile is very worn down and very cold-like. Parts of it are underwater. Park Row is the area that feels most like a city, being the less destroyed area. The Bowery looks much more fancy and regal compared to the rest of the map with its high hotels and the museum. Rocksteady was able to create a map that was so memorable and with many landmarks, you won't even have to look at the map after a certain point. You have places like Wonder City that resides underneath the map, and honestly the feeling of it matches very closely to the feeling that I had in Arkham Asylum. The courthouse that we see Two-Face in is very clean and perfect on one side, but when you look to the other side it's burnt and run down, matching himself. The museum is such a big and vast area, not to mention all the references you can find in the museum to other characters or even to the last game. And with the map being much more vast, you can find so many references to other DC characters or other members of the Batman family. The same version of Gotham City that we saw in Arkham Asylum still towers over Arkham City. You can even see Arkham Asylum if you look off into the distance, and it's still ravished by Poison Ivy's plants. You can find cool secrets hidden in the game inside the map. If you go back to the sewers after the Ra's al Ghul boss fight and press a certain button, you'll actually get to see Killer Croc in his only appearance in this game, and you can only do it that one time or you can't come back and do it again. You can see Calendar Man locked under the courthouse, and if you go to him on or around a certain holiday, he'll give you unique dialogue pertaining to that holiday. And like last game, Rocksteady decided to add another secret room. This time if you go on this specific boat and put in the code City of Terror, which leads you to a room with a very frightened inmate, foreshadowing somebody's return. I have an input from Sockhead here where they say, I like all the dialogue you can hear from the thugs around the city before you attack them. Alright, thank you Sockhead, I notice you on the channel a lot. But it's true, when you're gliding around the city, you get to hear what the inmates of the city are saying, and they'll just say the dumbest shit 100% of the time.
1, 2, 3. Gun beats paper.
No, gun doesn't beat paper. Stick to the rules.
1, 2, 3.
What the hell is that?
Dynamite.
But I think one of the best things you can find in the city is the chalk outline of Batman's parents where they had died in Crime Alley, and there's a rose and a tape left there for you. And picking up the tape reveals that it's a message from Hugo Strange as he gives you this chilling monologue.
How does it feel, Wayne, to stand on the very stones that ran with your parents' blood? Do you feel sad? Full of rage? Or does that outfit help bury your feelings? Hiding your true self. Oh, you are a truly extraordinary specimen. I look forward to breaking you.
The Batman Arkham trilogy, 3 of the most well-known and loved comic book games of all time, as long as you're not playing them on the Nintendo Switch. There have been remasters and re-releases of these 3 games over the past couple years, and rightly so. This trilogy is one of the best gaming has to offer and is still widely talked about to this day. But there is one game lurking in the shadows, one game that is constantly ignored and sometimes forgotten about, the black sheep of the Arkham series, Batman Arkham Origins. Today we talk about what separates this game from the rest of the series, and if there's a distinct reason why it doesn't get as much love as the others. So grab some hot chocolate, light a cozy fire, and let's dive in. What's good, Knights? Good Night Gaming here. Today I am back with another video, and you know, it's that perfect time of year where it's all cold and you can get all cozy, stay inside, have a hot drink, watch your favorite Christmas movie. But I thought, what better way for me to spend my time than playing Batman Arkham Origins, which is set during Christmas. Now, you guys may have seen my videos on Arkham Asylum and Arkham City and know that I love those games a whole bunch. I have played them so many times throughout the years, but Arkham Origins is definitely the game I've played the least. In fact, the last time I played it was a couple years ago. I don't even remember when. But it's no secret that this game is far different from the others in many ways. And today we're going to go over all the things like story, gameplay, the usual stuff. But of course, as always, let's dive into some background. And what are some of the obvious things starting out that make this game the so-called black sheep of the Arkham series? Well, the most obvious difference is that this game is not made by Rocksteady, but instead WB Montreal. You see, after Arkham City, Rocksteady knew that they were going to need a lot more time to make Arkham Knight compared to the time it took between Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. So WB stepped in because, let's be honest, these games make them some money. And we're like, that's a lot of time to wait for an Arkham game, so we're gonna make an Arkham game. And they made it a prequel to Arkham Asylum so that they wouldn't interfere with Rocksteady's storytelling of Arkham Knight. I think the biggest change here, given that this is a prequel and Rocksteady is working on Arkham Knight at the same time, is that there is no Kevin Conroy or Mark Hamill to reprise Batman and the Joker. Instead, the voices you hear are Roger Craig Smith and Troy Baker, and the game released 2 years after Arkham City on October 25th, 2013. And those are some big differences you'll notice off the bat, but we need to dive a little deeper, find out all the things that really deviate this game from all the others. And let's start out by diving into the story. In his second year as the Dark Knight, Batman arrives at Blackgate Prison to stop an ongoing riot. There he finds Black Mask with Killer Croc at his side, breaking out multiple prisoners. Batman attempts to halt their schemes, but Black Mask makes his escape via helicopter and leaves Croc to face Batman. After defeating Croc, Batman learns that Black Mask hired 8 assassins to try and kill Batman for a $50 million reward. Killer Croc, Deathstroke, Firefly, Copperhead, Deadshot, Electrocutioner, Lady Shiva, and Bane. Batman visits the Penguin's boat after finding a drone he believes belongs to him. There he encounters Electrocutioner, whom he absolutely destroys, and Deathstroke, who he eventually defeats after a tough fight. When interrogating Penguin, he reveals that there's been a murder at Black Mask's safe house. Police believe that the victim was Black Mask and that Penguin killed him. After Batman sets up a crime scene, he learns that the victim isn't Black Mask and that there's someone else connected to the crime scene named the Joker. Batman breaks into the GCPD to obtain more information. He encounters Jim Gordon's daughter, Barbara Gordon, as she points him in the right direction. Batman learns that the Joker tried to ambush Black Mask at his safe house but ended up killing a decoy. The real Black Mask got the drop on him, but it wasn't enough, as Joker won the fight and dragged him off. Batman heads to Gotham Merchant's Bank, where he meets the Joker for the very first time and learns that he's been posing as Black Mask, and he's actually the one who set the bounty on Batman. Joker drives off, but Batman learns that he's been setting up camp in the steel mill. After breaking in, Batman saves Black Mask, but is encountered and poisoned by Copperhead. Batman hallucinates for a bit and fights off Copperhead until Alfred eventually sends him an antidote. window. She reveals Joker has called a meeting among the assassins, so he uses Electrocutioner's electromagnetic signature to track them down. Once Batman is in the hotel, he spies on their meeting as he witnesses Electrocutioner be kicked out of a window. He takes Electrocutioner's shock gloves and proceeds upward. Once he's close to the top, Bane grabs a hold of him and tosses him in the room with Joker for a one-on-one. Bane eventually comes back and proceeds to fight Batman. As Bane juices up on Venom, Alfred calls Gordon for police backup. Ultimately, Bane escapes and fires a rocket at Joker, sending him flying off the building. Batman jumps off the building to rescue Joker, and he is taken into police custody as Batman flees the scene. Joker is taken to Blackgate Prison, where he meets Dr. Harleen Quinzel. He ponders the situation that just took place and believes that him and Batman are made for each other. As Batman is about to leave the Batcave to take on the remaining assassins, him and Alfred get into an argument as Alfred fears for his safety. Batman infiltrates Bane's hideouts, learning of an experimental venom called TN1, but also that Bane has figured out Batman's identity. He destroys Bane's hideout, but before he can go back to the Batcave, he learns that Firefly has taken over Pioneer's Bridge. Batman tries to warn Gordon not to move in as there are bombs all over the bridge, but Gordon doesn't listen. Batman disarms 3 out of the 4 bombs until he's interrupted by Firefly. Batman fights Firefly long enough for Gordon to disarm the last bomb, and Firefly is defeated. Batman flies back home to the Batcave, but learns that Bane is already there destroying everything, and has left Alfred nearly dead. But when it looks like Alfred is dead, he uses the shock gloves to resuscitate him. Batman almost gives up fighting crime, but Alfred tells him that Joker has incited a riot at Blackgate, and that Batman doesn't always have to fight alone. Batman takes his advice and teams up with Gordon to try and take down Joker. After entering the prison, he finds Joker, who forces Batman into a moral conundrum. If Batman kills Bane, then Joker will live. If Batman doesn't kill Bane, then Joker will die. If he doesn't participate, Batman will die. After a long fight, Batman temporarily stops Bane's heart using the shock gloves, resulting in the Joker fleeing. But Batman uses the shock gloves to resuscitate Bane as he did to Alfred. Bane jolts up, grabbing Batman, and proceeds to inject himself with TN1. Bane becomes even more monstrous, resulting in Batman having to take him down stealthily, but Bane eventually loses. And thanks to the TN1, he also loses his memory. After a long night, Batman meets Joker in the prison chapel. As Joker is celebrating, Batman reveals that Bane is still alive, to which Joker loses it and tries to push Batman to kill him. Batman is able to resist and proceeds to beat Joker down, leaving him for Gordon. Batman flees. The game finally ends as Gordon states that Gotham finally has something to believe in. So yeah, that's basically the synopsis of the entire story, and I think overall it does pretty well. I love that we got a fresh Batman that's still new to the game and is still considered a myth to a lot of people. It's still so early on that even cops don't trust him. This is a Batman who is young and is full of rage. I think Roger Craig Smith did an amazing job showing off the emotion that Batman has. This is a Batman who's very brutal and vengeful and likes to do everything all by himself. He doesn't really like to have help, besides Alfred, of course. And I'm glad they gave us this unique version of him. They didn't just try to copy Kevin Conroy, because it does allow for Batman to actually have an arc in this game, especially with Gordon. They don't trust each other, and anytime Alfred tries to suggest that Gordon help, Batman doesn't want any part of it. And anytime Batman tries to suggest something to Gordon, Gordon doesn't care and considers him a vigilante. But by the end of the game, Batman learns to accept that extra help, and Gordon learns more about how Batman operates. They just assumed before that he was a killer who's taken law into his own hands, but eventually learns that that's not how Batman does things, and that maybe Batman is good for Gotham because it gives people something to believe in and it gives them hope, just like it gives his daughter hope. But the irony is, as Gordon really doesn't like Batman, the police officers that work under him are actively trying to get him fired, also trying to collect this bounty for themselves. And it's all just a classic case of you might think you know shit, sometimes you just don't know shit. Batman and Alfred even have a full-blown argument in this game, and it's a well voice acted scene and such a pivotal one in the Arkham series, as Alfred is worried for Batman's safety. This is the boy he raised ever since his parents were killed, so he's obviously worried about him and like really doesn't want him to keep fighting these assassins because you feel like he'll kill himself because of it. But Batman knows that this is a responsibility that he has to commit to in order to make Gotham a better place.
Alfred, who do you see when you look at me? The boy whose shoes you used to tie every morning? The teenager you drove to his first date? While you are here every night, I am out there. The only thing between the innocent and the predatory. No, not maybe. I am. When the mugger or the thief stops to think twice, that is fear. That is what I am. That is why they hired assassins, because I am the reason the criminals breathe easier when the sun rises.
And you can understand both sides, and that's what makes this scene so good. As for the bounty, it's a concept I do like, and I do enjoy majority of the 8 assassins. 2 of them do get resorted to side missions with Deadshot and Shiva. So let me go through each assassin and tell you what I like and what I don't like about them. Killer Croc. I always like Killer Croc. He's not that big and scary guy we know yet in Arkham Asylum. He's a little bit more skinny, a little bit more humane, I guess. He's really only in the opening of the game, and I'm glad we do get to fight him. He serves as a great first boss fight. It was pretty fun, aside from the fact that the boss fight glitched to absolute hell. But aside from that, Croc has my thumbs up. Next is Firefly, which, yes, Firefly is a cool gimmick. Who doesn't love seeing shit explode all the time? The boss fight for Firefly, I remember enjoying much more when I was younger, but going back and replaying it, I did not find it all that fun. The set piece is really cool, and the cinematics and the quick time events is awesome to look at, but the boss fight itself is very repetitive and kind of lame. It just involves you throwing a glue grenade at him and then spamming batarangs and then doing that over and over again with the occasional running. It is fun when he grapples onto him and they start flying around, but besides that, there is no variety in how you take him down. It's just glue grenade, batarangs over and over and over again. It's just like, it gets kind of lame. We'll go in the middle here, probably pointing towards thumbs up. Deathstroke. Do I need to even explain why Deathstroke is the fucking GOAT? It's a shame his part in this game is so small, but I understand why. He's just so cool, and that boss fight you have with him is amazing. How you go back and forth. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching who have tried to do that boss fight without taking a hit, and that shit was difficult, man. And the design for his costume is so cool. It's like the perfect Deathstroke design. I just think about how good this Deathstroke was, and it's just a shame to what they did to him in Arkham Knight. It's just, man, bring me this Deathstroke again. Overall, again, thumbs up. Copperhead. I wish I could say a whole lot. I went into this game not knowing anything about Copperhead, and I left the game thinking, she doesn't really do a whole lot. She just poisons Batman, and then you have a kind of lame boss fight with her, if you want to call it that. I don't know, I feel like there could have been more done with her. Again, I understand why. If you were gonna make 2 of the assassins side missions, I would have swapped her out for either of them. Honestly, the 2 side missions seem more interesting. Yeah, sadly, I'm gonna have to give Copperhead a thumbs down on this one. Next is Electrocutioner, and he doesn't really do much in this game. The only purpose he serves is that he gets Batman the shock gloves so that he can resuscitate Bane and Alfred later. He quite literally just shows up, gets his ass kicked, and then dies. And I'm fine with it. I don't think anyone gave a fuck that Electrocutioner didn't get enough screen time or anything. But if I'm rating him as a villain, thumbs all the way down. If I'm rating him for comedy purposes, that's a goddamn thumbs up right there. Next, we have Bane. This is the best version of Bane in the Arkham series that we have. I'm okay with the design and Bane in the other Arkham games. I feel like this is how Bane should be, not just pushed off to the sidelines, not being a dumb, big monster dude. In this game, they actually show Bane having intelligence. He's able to deduce Batman's identity. His design is pretty fucking cool. He's an actual threat to Batman. His first 2 boss fights are pretty fun. He charges at you and you can get out of the way before you beat the shit out of him. I think it would have been cool to delve a little bit deeper and see exactly why Bane wants Batman dead so bad. I mean, we could kind of obviously say that Batman has been putting away these people for 2 years, so he obviously did something to Bane, but I would have loved to see more depth upon that. But other than that, Bane overall pretty fucking cool. His last boss fight where he becomes a TN1 monster is not that great. I get why they did it. They had to explain why Bane became so big and not just a normal dude, but that fight is janky as all hell, and they needed a way to kind of say like, oh, you forgot his memory, oh no. It makes me really wonder why Rocksteady never really pushed Bane, even though we all know he's like one of the biggest Batman villains. But maybe it's for the best, because seeing a young Batman here face off against an intelligent, brutal, combat efficient Bane right here is absolutely perfect. So once again, thumbs up Bane. I'll talk about Shiva and Deadshot later when I get into the side missions, but first I'll talk about the main 2 two villains of the game, I guess. We'll start out with Joker, and Troy Baker's performance as Joker in this game is really incredible. Obviously, no one's ever gonna touch Mark Hamill's version of the character, but Troy Baker did his thing. He made it his own, and he's honestly like the second voice I would think of when reading Joker in the comics or something.
How many lives did you just take?
None! I think.
And the character in this game as well, how he meets with Batman, how we peek into his mind at Blackgate Prison, all of that is very interesting.
There's nothing so cruel as memory.
This game really understands the dynamic between Batman and Joker, because Joker goes over how he felt like his whole life is building to this one moment, and this is the person he was destined to meet. And this section takes inspiration from the Killing Joke comic with the Red Hood. I also love that as he's telling this to Harleen, she thinks he's talking about her. This section does kind of break canon a little bit, because in Arkham Asylum you can find a tape where Harleen met the Joker in Arkham Asylum, and I've seen some theories where Harley is posing as a guard in Arkham Asylum, which, let's be honest, they just forgot about it. They didn't know that there was a fucking tape in Arkham Asylum that said that shit. But honestly, I'm fine with taking this over the Arkham Asylum tape because it is such a good section, and we actually get to play as the Joker, which is pretty fun. I wish I could use him in the challenge maps. No, we never get an explanation as to why Joker put the bounty on Batman in the first place. You can kind of assume just because he doesn't know Batman at all. It's explained that he just came to Gotham, so he's probably looking to fuck some shit up, cause some chaos, and he doesn't want Batman to be in the way of that. But you can see the progression to where he at first wants Batman to be dead, and then you can see that he's starting to have a little bit more fun with Batman around, because it's just so insane to him that Batman would save his life instead of killing him.
Who else would jump off a building to save your sorry ass?
You know, officer. I was wondering the same thing myself.
He even tries to put Batman's morality to a test at the end of the game with that whole elaborate setup between him and Bane, which, by the way, is an awesome fucking plan.
You will fight me with all your resolve, or you will die. Someone is going to die. You, me, or the clown. The question of which one of us it is in your hands.
And when Batman doesn't want to play along, he gets angry, which is very in line with the Joker. All he wants to do is fuck with Batman and push him to its limits because it's fun for him. I think what's interesting is that Joker sees Batman in this kind of nightmarish form, which people have theorized why exactly that's the case. Personally, he kind of tries to relate to Batman, and so that's his perception of him, or that he kind of sees the potential in Batman, what he could be if he didn't have that morality. Again, it's not really explained in the game, but that's the fun part about it, is just theorizing and really making your own conclusion of it. And the fact that the last interaction with Joker is not some big elaborate boss fight, but a one-on-one face-to-face, it allowed for an iconic moment between these characters followed by a fucking beatdown. And yeah, overall, again, Troy Baker's performance as this character was fucking awesome. The line delivery, the voice, everything. I love Joker's look in this game. That being said, I'm gonna shift to the next portion of this. Everyone remembers when this game was about to come out, WB advertised that the main villain of this game was going to be Black Mask, and everyone was digging that. The look from the trailers, he had a cool demeanor and a cool ass voice. The plot was about to be insane, and we were okay with it. Joker was the villain for Asylum and City, and we were like, okay, it might be good to see someone else take up that main villain role for a change. We knew Joker was gonna be in it, but we didn't think he was gonna be the main villain again, so it very much did not sit right with me when not that far into this game, it's revealed that the Black Mask we've been seeing is not the real Black Mask, but it's just Joker in disguise, and he was the one who sent the bounty, and the real Black Mask gets sidelined and then set to a side mission. And I feel like the potential there could have been so good. Of course, I'm happy with Joker in this game and everything, but just they gave us Black Mask as the main villain on a silver platter and then fucking threw it away. And not even that far into the game either. Like I said, it's like they wrote down the initial plan was Black Mask as the main villain, and then 5 minutes into writing the script they were like, but is he though? I don't know, it could have been so good because Black Mask is such a cool villain and he gets constantly disrespected in these games. It's infuriating. Yeah, besides that, other little things I could say about the story is that the cutscenes and the art style is fucking beautiful. It really deviates from the other Arkham games. It has its own unique style, how much the colors pop out, plus the music is amazing. Whoever had the idea to make Carol of the Bells Joker's theme for this game needs a fucking raise. But yeah, I don't know why this story gets overlooked so much because it gives us so much shit. Of course, different from the rest of the Arkham games. It's not like bad changes or anything. After Asylum and City, this is the first time we get to see Batman really have an arc and character development. It's just baffling that it doesn't get talked about as much as the other ones. And there's no really major issues with the story. Again, a couple nitpicks about some of the villains, maybe the pacing in like 1 or 2 parts can be kind of slow, but besides that, the story, voice acting, soundtrack, art style, all of that is fucking amazing. Hopefully we can see justice for this game in the future, like a remaster or just something, man. All right, well, that's everything about the story. Let's delve into gameplay. Now, gameplay wise, I'll be honest, it doesn't really have the jump that the gameplay had from Asylum to City. It really just builds off of City's gameplay and adds a few more things on there, but I don't really mind it that much. So you're not gonna see any major changes to combat or stealth, just a few extra gadgets and enemies and stuff. I'd say the biggest change to combat is that you do get the addition of shock gloves, which does more damage to enemies, which is pretty fun. It helps a lot. And there are new enemy types for combat. There are the brutes. You basically have to defeat twice. They have 2 different stages and there's a bunch of different variations, like one on Titan. Those can be fun. It kind of does get annoying when they charge at you and you have to break out of their grasp. And one enemy type I love that they added to this game was the martial artists, which basically when you attack them, they can counter you and you basically have to go back and forth between countering each other. And it is visually really cool just seeing you go back and forth with these guys. Again, not really anything added to combat. It's pretty much the same as Arkham City besides those few changes. I did notice, I don't know if this is just me, the combat didn't feel as smooth as it was in Arkham City. It does get a little clunky sometimes, but if you're just a casual player, you would never notice it. Maybe I'm just bad at this game alone, but when they fucking pair up those martial artists and those brutes together, oh my god, I want to throw my controller. Stealth, again, really does not change much. I think the coolest thing that's added to this game, which I'm sad was not in Arkham Knight, is the remote claw. It's basically where you could attach 2 objects or enemies to something else. So if you wanted to, you can make a line between 2 enemies and they'll pull each other in, or an enemy and a fire extinguisher, and the fire extinguisher will go flying. It is so fun. I sat in a room with a bunch of different explosive barrels and just attached them to each enemy. They just go down so easily. It's so fun. Really, again, nothing too major of a change in stealth. I wish there was more to talk about, but I understand it. This was made to really hold over until Arkham Knight came out, so yeah, they really just had to build on the system of Arkham City. I will say one cool mechanic that they added into this game that you see come back in Arkham Knight because it was so fucking cool is the crime scene recreation, to where Batman scans clues in an area, replay the crime scene in his cowl, and you can fast forward or rewind if you want to find even more clues and see how the crime scene actually happened. It's very cool visually, and it adds so much to the detective part of Batman, rather than in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City when you would scan something, Batman would just kind of say what happened, but the fact that you get to see, pretty fucking cool. When playing this game, you will notice that part of the map is actually just a pre-wall Arkham City. Again, the game building off Arkham City. They do add a section to the lower half, which is basically another smaller city. I'll be honest, when you play Arkham City, you can memorize the map pretty well. There are a bunch of notable landmarks with their own atmosphere and everything. So you're gonna remember the top half of the map pretty well because you've already played through it. When you get to the bottom half of the map, if you told me to recreate anything from the bottom half of the map, just shoot me. The whole bottom half of the map really just meshes together and starts looking the fucking same. The only real notable spots I can remember is Jezebel Plaza, That's it, dog. I gave this game its praises, but I gotta just focus on this fucking map design real quick. Why the fuck are there some areas of the map that are like blocked by a building that I can't fly over? It's cool that you can visit like the area before it became Wonder Tower, you know. They still have one side of the wall right there and you can't go over it. You can go like through it through a door, but you have to go around it if you want to get to where you're going, and it's just so fucking annoying. Just take down the wall. There's even another area like that in the bottom half of the map where there's just a fucking giant building right there, and you can't go over it, so you got to go around it, and it's just like, why? And you know what doesn't help? The fact that the gliding is so slow. In Arkham City, we could deal with it, right? Because it was just that top half of the map. It was just Arkham City, and that was it. But you have two different cities connected by this long ass bridge, and you didn't speed up the gliding. Thankfully, I feel like they knew this because they added a fast travel system. Thank fucking God. I use that so many times because gliding is unbearable sometimes. I feel like they knew that, which is why they added the fast travel systems. You just make it faster if you were gonna add the fast travel stuff, because the fast travel stuff is like a whole nother section in the game where you have to unlock all the fast travel points, and it's just like, you could have just made the gliding faster and we would have been okay. I think that will be my biggest complaint about this game because it's just infuriating. I will say we have a bat cave in this game, which we didn't have in City. We had it in Asylum, but this is the actual main official bat cave, and goddamn, I love this bat cave so much. There's so many Easter eggs you could find around the place, like the Arkham Asylum Batmobile. You can do some training, you can swap skins. It's pretty awesome. I wish that we had a bat cave in Arkham Knight, but you know, it is what it is. I also do love the skin selection in this game. All of them look pretty cool, especially the Blackest Night Batman. All this talk about gameplay, you know, reminds me of the good old days of Batman Arkham Origins Online, which unfortunately doesn't work anymore, and that's so sad because that multiplayer was fucking fire. But yeah, like I said, the gameplay mostly stays the same. The only really gripe I have is the map. Next, we'll talk about side missions, and I'll be honest, guys, I don't know if this is a hot take or not. This is the only Arkham game I did not care about 100%ing. I usually 100% these games, but I still have never and have no desire to do everything in this game. I'm not saying the side missions are bad, it's just, I just never really had incentive to do it. Let's go over ones I like, okay? So we have Shiva and Deadshot, which are the two remaining assassins that weren't a part of the main story. Now, both these side missions aren't long. I'll start with Shiva first. She kidnaps these cops, and she appears and questions Batman's methods about letting criminals live and stuff, which is actually, you know, very interesting how she views that these criminals don't deserve to live, and that's why I'm saying that either of these two assassins should have been in the main story besides like Copperhead or something. But yeah, after finding the two police officers, you do end up in a boss fight with her to where she says,
I hope in time you come to realize how wrong you are about Gotham. It is not meant to be saved. It cannot be saved. Only cleansed. And from the ashes, reborn.
Shall we consider the case closed, then?
For now. I doubt tonight's the last I'll see of Shiva.
Unfortunately, that was the last we saw of her, but whatever. Again, not much to it, you know. It's interesting that they did build up some difference in viewpoint between them. Wish we could have seen more of her, but again, side mission's very quick, so it's not going to take you that long. It's not boring or anything. Just wish we could have known more about her. And then Deadshot, again, very quick. You investigate a crime scene that took place, and you end up fighting him in Gotham Merchant's Bank, and you have this kind of Two-Face-esque boss fight with him. Again, very quick, very easy. I do wish Deadshot was in the main story, because I feel like you're gonna sideline Deadshot, but I understand they can only do so much in one story. But I actually do like this Deadshot mission more than in Arkham City, because within these side missions, you actually do get to fight the people you're chasing instead of pressing a button and it being over, and that was one problem I had with the Arkham City side missions. The next one I like is the Mad Hatter side mission, where you know how it goes. He kidnaps a woman, calls her Alice because, you know, why not? But we end up going in this Wonderland scenario that honestly feels really close to the Scarecrow nightmares in Batman Arkham Asylum, so it's no surprise that I really love how they handled this. You do get some very trippy gameplay sections where you see enemies on another side of a mirror, but you can't go through it, but they can. These weird camera angles and these puzzles. Honestly, it gets very trippy. There's not really a big fight with Mad Hatter, which is understandable. Mad Hatter doesn't really pose a threat to Batman outside of fucking with him psychologically. But yes, this is very fun. I, again, like it more than Arkham City. While Arkham City was cool with the mask and everything, there's more to it than just beating a bunch of people up and then being done. There's another side mission where you do a bunch of crime scene investigations. As you remember, I talked about the whole recreation that Batman does. So there's a whole side mission of just doing that. So that's pretty fun. Nothing much to it. Again, I love that this is incorporated to make Batman really feel like the world's greatest detective. Something that I feel like the other two games were kind of lacking in. Some side missions I'm kind of in the middle on are stuff like the Penguin side missions, where you just have to fight enemies and disable a bunch of weapons cache. The thing I like about these side missions is how Barbara talks to Batman, tries to help him out, kind of a precursor to her being Oracle.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to kicking ass and keeping us safe. And you'll see, one day my father's gonna figure out just how cool I already know you are.
It's very nice. You could tell how she really wants to help Batman make a difference in the city. But again, it's just going around and disabling caches over and over again. So I think the dialogue between Barbara and Batman really saved this side mission. Then there's the Anarchy mission, which has you going around and disabling different bombs planted around the city, spots where corruption comes from the most within Gotham. And Anarchy is actually an interesting character. He's just a young kid mad at the system, and Batman recognizes that, but of course he's going about it the wrong way, setting up these bombs. Gameplay itself is all right. Again, doing the same stuff over and over again. There's also a side mission where you do a bunch of different gameplay challenges, and depending on what you do, you get different rewards and stuff, which I think is pretty cool. All right, let me talk about the ones that are just not it for me. First off, Bird. Not a lot of people who play this game are gonna know who Bird is from the comics. If you don't know, Bird is one of Bane's lieutenants in the Nightfall comics, and he gets brought into this game kind of in the same role, but I don't give a fuck about him. His side mission is really just find a bunch of different gang fights going on and break that up until you eventually find Bird. I'll say the one good thing about this side mission is that these gang fights are fucking massive, so you can easily achieve over a 100 times combo within these fights, and I love that a lot. But when it comes to Bird himself, you confront him at the alibi, you fight him and a bunch of other enemies. He just goes down like a normal enemy, and that's it. All right. I mean, I'm kind of conflicted because I don't know if they should have gone more in depth with it, because nobody really knows who Bird is, or they should have just done something different. I don't know. I can't make up my mind. But the redeeming part about it is those big long fights that you do have. But Bird himself is not interesting to me. That might upset some people who read the comics, but whatever. Next one I didn't love that much is Black Mask. It's basically a repeat of Bane's side mission in Arkham City, where you go around and destroy these different containers, and then after doing that you confront Black Mask, and again you just beat him up along with a bunch of other dudes, and that's mainly it. I don't think I would be so hard on this side mission if A, it wasn't just a copy and paste of Bane's from Arkham City, and B, Black Mask didn't get sidelined to a side mission, because that still infuriates me that he's not the main villain and he gets sidelined to this like mid-ass side mission. Wasted potential with this man, dude. Last thing I don't fucking like regarding the side missions is any collectibles or any destructibles. And yes, I'm including the Riddler. It's not like the other two videos I did where it's like, oh, there's so much Riddler trophies and this is absurd, and I'm having fun with it because I love the Riddler in those games. But in this game, there's no trophies. There's data packages that you have to collect before Riddler decides to leak a bunch of nasty information out into the public. After in Arkham City, where we finally saw Riddler in person and we get to take him down and we do a bunch of these Riddler rooms, which are pretty fun, he doesn't make an appearance in this game. He just gets resorted back to a voice, and all you do is collect these data packages, which you might say, you know, that's what you did in Asylum. You just collected trophies, but it just doesn't interest me that much, especially knowing after you collect all this shit, the only thing you get is the first Riddler trophy, which, you know, is a cool reference and everything. but there's nothing enticing me to keep going and collecting all these data packages. It's not that interesting, and it kind of breaks my heart because Riddler, I'm always looking forward to Riddler in these games, even though it's like a love-hate relationship type thing. In this game, I don't care enough. And this is kind of a detriment to this game because this isn't the only collectible. There's relay networks you have to destroy. There's also anarchy tags that you have to scan. There's a whole cold case involving Cyrus Pickney. Maybe it's just me. You know, I'm not gonna speak for anyone else in the community, but me personally, I can't fucking do it. There's just too many. It's kind of something I didn't like in Arkham City either, where besides the shit ton of Riddler trophies, there's cameras and the balloons and the teeth, and it become very overbearing. Again, people might feel differently from me, but it's not for me. So yeah, that's the side missions. You know, some I like, some I don't. I don't really hold it that much against this game, you know. Again, it's just extra stuff that you want to do, you can do it, but yeah, side missions maybe just aren't for me in this game. Tell me how you feel about it. But moving on, next thing I want to talk about is the Cold Heart DLC. Prior to making this video, I never played before, but I figured I'd give it a shot since, you know, I'm replaying it again. Honestly, this DLC fucking slaps. The main villain of the DLC is Mr. Freeze, and it's set on New Year's. And of course, with it being a Mr. Freeze story, the main motivator is his wife Nora. I love Mr. Freeze so much. He's one of my favorite Batman villains, so it's cool to see that he has a DLC to himself. Plus, the design for him in this game is fucking awesome. Before I go on about Mr. Freeze, though, I do want to talk about the gameplay in this DLC because they do add more stuff to really make it worth paying for. Like, first off, you get to play as just Bruce Wayne without the Batman suit inside Wayne Manor, no less. I thought that was nice how you get to run around Wayne Manor stopping these bad guys without the suit. Again, it's funny to me that nobody ever figures this shit out. You even get a little bit stealthy as Bruce Wayne, which is something we don't ever see. But one thing I love on the map, instead of the sky usually being a blue, it kind of has this orange tint to it, which looks so good. I wish that they used this in the main story because it does give off that animated series vibe, which I guess they were going for because they also do Mr. Freeze's origin, which closely relates to that. But of course, the most memorable thing about this DLC is the special extreme environment suit, which is just perfect. It looks so good. Batman basically put on a fucking tank. Instead of shock gloves, it's heat gloves, which basically work the same way, except for the fact that there are special gameplay circumstances like melting ice so that people can be free or that you can get past walls. You also get heated batarangs, which help take down enemies by dropping icicles on them, which should be murder, but you know, it's a Batman game. There's also these new enemy types that have their own freeze guns, which is pretty cool. They can get fucking annoying sometimes though. And it's cool that they continue the trend of Freeze not really being a bad guy. He even says to Batman that he has no quarrel with him, but instead this dude named Mr. Boyle, who starts off all nice and stuff, but is actually the bad guy, you know? He's kind of a cheesy bad guy, but it fits so well with this DLC. They really encapsulated that 90s animated style and everything. And at the end of the DLC, Batman of course helps Freeze out. He saves him. And I love the relationship between Freeze and Batman. It's like they respect each other, but Mr. Freeze has his own motives, which clearly for good intent, but he'll do anything for it. I really love how this DLC ends though, because it goes to credits and all you hear is the news report where they do some more setup of Gordon becoming commissioner and Arkham Asylum, and then I think the best part about it is they turn to citizens' comments about the Batman.
I didn't even see him coming.
Oh, it was all a blur. He just whooshed in out of nowhere.
Listen, I'm a cop. I can't condone what he does, but I can be grateful he's doing it.
Oh, he's real, all right. I got the bruises to prove it. He's real, he's ruthless, and there ain't nothing in the world that's gonna stop him.
The way it's delivered and how they emphasize that the Batman isn't just a myth, he's real and he's out there, it's so good, and it sends a chill down my spine. It really makes it feel like this is the end of the beginning for Batman. So that's everything Batman Arkham Origins has to offer, and after going through everything and after replaying the game over again, it's insane to me that people will overlook this game just because it obviously has different differences, and when it does those different things, giving a Batman a true arc, different styles and cutscenes, designs, voice acting, it does it really fucking well. Like, this is the best version of Bane we got. Batman and Joker are amazing. The DLC is incredible, and they give us even more outside of that. Like, besides New Game Plus, you have an I Am the Night mode, which is basically a permadeath mode where if you die, you have to start the game over again, which is pretty fucking cool and is not present in the other Arkham games, and they didn't have to add it, but the fact that they did, you know, it gives you something else to do. Of course, I had my gripes about the side missions and stuff and the map, of course, but that doesn't break the overall gameplay experience for me. If it did, I probably wouldn't be talking about it as much as I am now. But yeah, it sucks to see that this isn't included in any like Arkham collections. It's always separated and outcast from getting a remaster or re-release, just kind of stuck in time. If you haven't played Arkham Origins in a while, go ahead and play it again. See if you really think it really doesn't deserve to be talked about as much as the others. Me personally, I think it ranks last for me, but there's things in this game that I feel they do better than the other three. So yeah, I mean, hopefully it'll get a re-release or a remaster in the future. I doubt it though. We have one more Arkham game to talk about, folks.
The Joker has
It's over. I feel I should thank you. This court is now in session.
Anyone ever tell you? You didn't need to get yourself arrested.
I will
to
command
see me.
forces beyond your comprehension.
Are you happy now?
Do you want to know something funny? Even after everything you've done, I would have saved you.
You son of a bitch! You think you can steal me?
You can't defend Gotham.
Someone is going to die.
You know, my daughter thinks you're a hero.
You are the one who will save this day. And in doing so, events will occur that you cannot stop. From the ashes of Arkham, the fires will rage and Gotham will burn. And you will burn too.
What's good, knights? Welcome back to another video, and after almost a year ago since I posted my Batman Arkham Asylum retrospective, and we've made our journey along all of these great games, we finally reached the end with Batman Arkham Knight. And it is a bit bittersweet, but since it's the end, we are going to go all out. We are going to go through every point in this story, giving my insight and thoughts about what I feel, and this has the opportunity of being a really long video. So grab your snacks, get your popcorn, and let's go. After Arkham City released in 2011, Rocksteady got to work immediately on Batman Arkham Knight, and fans would have to wait 4 years to find out what happened after the Joker's death. But ultimately, Rocksteady decided that this would be their last Arkham game, as they've pulled out all the stops that they can. They went the biggest that they could go and finally let us traverse around the city of Gotham and introduced new things like the Batmobile.
This is the natural end for the story. It feels like this is a good place to do it. You know, we really want to kind of go out in style.
And the marketing around this game centered around this mysterious character called the Arkham Knight, with the developers teasing that this is an original character, and fans quickly began to theorize on who they thought this character was. Was it someone from Batman's past? Was it someone completely new? The only way to find out was to play the game, so let's not waste any more time and let's dive right in to the story. The game starts with Frank Sinatra's Under My Skin playing as the Joker is being cremated and the player gets to finish the job themselves.
This is how it happened. This is how the Batman died.
Gordon explains how crime has fallen since the Joker's death as we take control of someone named Officer Owens visiting Polly's diner. Everything seems fine until a disgruntled citizen informs you of a person smoking in the diner.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner, Officer
Owens. But there's a guy smoking over there in the corner booth.
When confronting them, we're met with a demon-like figure as the surrounding environment withers away. Everyone inside the diner has morphed into these demons, violently attacking each other as Officer Owens becomes overwhelmed and taken out by these figures, as it's revealed that Scarecrow is the one behind this attack.
This demonstration used just 5 ounces of my latest toxin. Tomorrow, this will seem like child's play. Gotham, this is your only warning.
Everyone panics and evacuates the city, leaving only GCPD officers outmatched against Gotham's most notorious supervillains. Fortunately, Gotham City has one last hope.
Tonight, Gotham's relying on one man to save us all.
This intro is incredible and it accomplishes a lot. It puts to rest any theories about Joker being alive. It introduces us to a new version of Scarecrow who looks very different and much cooler with a new voice in John Noble. We get put into the citizen's perspective to see how much of a threat the new toxin is, and it's very effective. There are also clues to future plot points in the diner, so keep your eyes peeled as you may see some familiar faces. The introduction is interesting as Gordon tells you that Batman dies and leaves the player wondering if he's speaking in reality or metaphorically. Finally, the introduction of Batman is epic and makes you feel like you are the last hope that Gotham is counting on, and you just know that you're in for a great game. Batman speaks with Jim about how they've lost control of the city and Scarecrow's plan to detonate a chemical weapon. Gordon hears a report of a missing police car and Batman gets right on it. We get to speak with Barbara right here as she's still in the city unbeknownst to her father. Instead of speaking to allies through an earpiece like in previous games, we get to talk to them through a broadcast, which makes the interaction more personal.
How's my dad doing?
He's holding up.
Somehow he always does.
Batman rescues the missing officer from multiple street thugs and is almost run down by a military vehicle until he grapples onto a building and realizes he's going to need to even the odds. After 3 previous games, we finally get the Batmobile, and it has such a great introduction and looks incredible. It's sort of a marriage between classic elongated Batmobile looks and the bulky Tumbler build. I'll go over the gameplay aspects later, but this, as of right now, is awesome. Batman chases down the vehicle and interrogates the soldier inside. The soldier tries to inject Batman with fear toxin, but he counters, leaving the soldier no choice but to tell Batman about a safe house Scarecrow has in Chinatown.
If you're lying, I'll break the other one.
The other one!
This is the most angry we have seen Batman out of the trilogy, and part of the reason is most likely because of Joker's death, as well as some aspects that we'll cover later on. At Scarecrow's safe house, Batman finds Poison Ivy being held captive. The soldiers try to leave with Ivy, but they fail as she's immune to Scarecrow's toxin. She explains to Batman that Scarecrow gathered all of his foes to team up and take him down, but when she wasn't interested, Scarecrow had her locked up.
Scarecrow said he had a plan. That together we could take you out, and Gotham would be ours.
Over my dead body.
I believe that was the idea.
Batman tries to take Ivy to GCPD, but Scarecrow sends soldiers to recapture her. Right here we get our first look at the tank functionality of the Batmobile while Batman takes out the soldiers. I love how the Batmobile sprawls out like a spider and looks equally as cool in tank form. After taking out multiple unmanned drones, Batman arrives at GCPD with Ivy. Gordon will inquire with you about multiple side quests around the city, but we'll get to that later. Batman visits the clock tower, which is the home of Oracle. They scan a sample of fear toxin, and Batman heads out to locate the source. As he heads out, Barbara vents about lying to her dad.
Bruce, I spoke to Dad. I hate lying to him. He'd kill me if he knew I was still in the city. He still blames himself for this.
We'll stop Scarecrow.
Batman goes to activate an antenna, but while doing so, Robin reaches out to him wanting to help out on the field. But Batman insists that he needs to continue working on a mystery project.
What you're working on is more important, Tim.
Can wait one night. Let me help.
I've got this under control.
Okay. Listen, try checking in once in a while. We're partners, remember?
He just wants to help, you know.
This isn't the first case of Batman being so cold to his sidekicks. and it definitely won't be the last. I should also point out that this game has insinuated a romantic relationship between Robin and Barbara, so just keep that in mind. Batman goes to activate a microwave tower, but multiple armed enemies are preventing him from reaching it. He realizes he'll need more flexibility and informs Lucius Fox to send him a new batsuit. The new suit provides more armor and allows him to move quicker, meaning he can take out multiple enemies in seconds. Of course, we get a classic suit up montage, and this is by far my favorite default suit. It's more modernized, but still keeps that classic Batman look. After taking down the enemies, Batman uses the radio and microwave frequencies to locate Scarecrow's hideout. We had a cool gameplay segment where we view the city from overhead and eventually locate his base at the Ace Chemicals building. Batman meets with Gordon at Ace Chemicals and is informed that there is still a skeleton crew of workers locked inside the plant. Not long passes before they are interrupted by a mysterious figure inside of a helicopter.
Time to die, old man.
Nothing left to fear. Keep him away from Ace Chemicals. Your vengeance will come.
This person seems to be working with Scarecrow and wants Batman dead for an unknown reason. But Scarecrow wants to humiliate Batman before killing him. I love how Batman walks right in front of the chopper as everyone else seeks cover. It's so badass. The person inside the helicopter blows up the bridge to prevent anyone from getting in, but this of course doesn't stop Batman. He asks Oracle to find the identity of this person, but there is nothing on record except for a code name.
They discovered a hidden training facility housing soldiers bearing the same insignia. There's nothing but speculation on their commander, though. The only thing sources agree on is his name. The Arkham Knight.
The Arkham Knight.
He said it! He said it! Batman seeks out the 5 hostages, and while saving one of them, we come face to face with the Arkham Knight. He knows a lot about Batman and seems to have a personal vendetta.
If he even looks like he's planning to leave that room, open fire. Oh, and avoid the bat symbol. It's a little trick. It's where his armor's the strongest.
Please.
You say something?
Leave him out of this.
Always defending the weak and the helpless. It's what I like about you. Predictable.
The Knight believes he has Batman captured, but flees once Batman uses the Batmobile to take out the remaining enemies. I think the introduction of this character is done very well. It's clearly very personal against Batman, and not much is yet known about him. We know that he's very dangerous due to his knowledge of Batman's tactics, and this is the first time in the series that an enemy is aware of his tricks. His design is also very cool as he looks like a more militarized version of Batman. We find 3 out of the 5 hostages are dead, but are able to save the last one. We find out that Scarecrow is building a bomb inside of Ace Chemicals that will detonate soon. When trying to free the hostage, we encounter a drone piloted by the Arkham Knight for a mini boss fight. After destroying the drone, Batman releases the hostages to Gordon and proceeds to head back inside to find Scarecrow. Batman uses the Batmobile to break inside the building to find Scarecrow's lab. When confronting him, he seemingly surrenders until Batman tries to interrogate him.
Let me go, or she dies.
What are you talking about?
Barbara Gordon.
Have you found him?
Get out of there, now!
Relax. No one knows I'm here.
My lord, we're only about an hour in and things are constantly getting worse for Batman. But this does reinforce the fact that this is a new and more dangerous version of Scarecrow. Scarecrow escapes, locking Batman inside the lab. Batman realizes he can't stop the blast, but can greatly reduce it. Alfred begs him to get out of there as Bruce will die in the blast, but Batman is seemingly okay and ready to sacrifice himself.
I'm not trying to stop it, but I can reduce the blast radius.
And what will happen to you?
That doesn't matter. Find her, Alfred.
The music in this scene is incredible and makes it feel like an actual goodbye, but we're only an hour in, making the player unsure of what's going to happen next.
It's what you taught me. Do the right thing. That's all that matters.
Master Bruce, I implore you, you must get out of there. If this is about Miss Gordon, you cannot blame yourself for what's happened. Save yourself before it's too late.
Goodbye, Alfred.
As Batman uses neutralizing agents to reduce the blast, the toxin affects him more and more. As Batman takes out the 4th agent, he's greeted by an interesting hallucination.
Miss me?
Come on now, you didn't think we were gonna get an Arkham game without the Joker. Once again, he's voiced by Mark Hamill, and he's implemented in a way that I find quite interesting. We transition to playing as Commissioner Gordon, arriving at Panessa Studios before the present events. We're there to meet Batman, who has set up base at the movie studios, but before Batman arrives, we get a look around to find multiple people locked in cells. One of them, Henry Adams, looks normal, while the other three, Johnny Charisma, Christina Bell, and Albert King, both look and act like the Joker. After talking to each person, Batman finally arrives.
Batman. I'm glad you came, Jim. You need to see this.
You'll notice that this game has a few jump scares sprinkled throughout, and it's not something traditional to the series, but I'm glad they added them. It makes perfect sense for the world of Batman, especially since Scarecrow is the antagonist, and they get to play into the player's fears as well. Batman reveals that when Joker sent his blood to random hospitals in Arkham City, they missed a few, and that 5 patients were infected. 3 of them have already turned, while Henry hasn't shown any symptoms yet, so Batman has had Robin working to find a cure. Gordon points out that Batman suggested 5, while there are only 4 patients, to which Batman replies,
"He'll be here soon."
This suggests that even though Batman is cured of the Titan poisoning, he is still infected with the Joker's blood. So this infection paired with the toxin has caused Joker to manifest around the world of Bruce. This could be the reason that Batman is so willing to sacrifice himself in Ace Chemicals, because he knows if he transforms, he'll be unstoppable. Batman finally wakes up with Joker towering over him as Ace Chemicals is about to explode.
Bruce. Can you hear me, Bruce? Oh, don't act all surprised, Bats. You knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Me stuck deep inside you.
Batman manages to barely escape with the Batmobile. When checking in with Alfred, he brushes off Joker's appearance as a one-time incident until he replaces Alfred on the broadcast. Batman meets up with Jim at GCPD to inform him that Barbara has been taken by Scarecrow.
No. I spoke to her. She said she got out. She left hours ago.
Stay calm. We'll get her back.
The two go to the clock tower, but before Jim arrives, Batman has a hallucination replaying the events of the Killing Joke storyline.
Oh, don't pass out just yet. Come on, show a little spine.
After Joker leaves a message that appears on the wall stating, "This is what happens when you drag your friends into this crazy little game of ours." This is a little glimpse into Batman's fears of getting people close to him hurt, and it's clear he still feels guilty about Barbara's condition, as well as her being taken. Gordon arrives at the clock tower and blames himself for what happened, but Batman finally reveals the truth to Gordon.
She's strong, Jim. Stronger than you realize.
She works for you?
Needless to say, Gordon is understandably pissed. Gordon leaves and decides to pursue Scarecrow without Batman.
Stay away from my family.
I think that went quite well, considering.
Batman uses security cameras to find which car the Arkham Knight took Barbara in and tracks it down. He finds that the car has crashed and uses the evidence scanner to reconstruct what happened. This feature was introduced in Arkham Origins and was widely praised for leaning into the Dark Knight's detective abilities, and I'm glad to see it return. When reconstructing the scene, we find out that Barbara caused the car to crash and jumped out before impact. The Arkham Knight eventually captures her again, but she was able to leave behind a scrambler device for Batman. With the help of Lucius, Batman uses the device to find the location of the Arkham Knight's hideout. While breaking into the hideout, Robin reaches out to find out if Barbara is okay, as he hasn't heard from her in a while. Batman decides to lie to Robin and tells him that she's fine and just working on another project.
She's working on something for me. It's important.
But she's safe, right?
Don't worry, Tim. Just keep working on that cure.
I can see why he would lie, as finding a cure is important and he doesn't want Robin to put himself in the line of fire, but that doesn't justify withholding that information and removing a choice from Robin that he doesn't even know about. Ultimately, fear is the main factor in this decision, as well as the voice of Joker being a devil on Batman's shoulder. When Joker speaks, sometimes it feels like a conduit to Bruce's true feelings. He even mentions Talia, and it seems her death has also been a driving factor for Bruce's fears.
You put her in my crosshairs, Bats. Sure, she didn't do herself any favors, but it was you. You see, people trust you. They believe in you. They follow you into your war, and you are about to get them all killed.
After making his way through the hideout, Batman suffers a sneak attack from the Arkham Knight. Making it clear that he knows a lot about Batman, he shoots him in the abdomen.
Tri-weave titanium-coated armor plate. Nice. Unless you know exactly where to shoot.
It's amazing the resilience that Batman has to tank a gunshot wound and then immediately fight a room full of enemies. After taking out the enemies, Batman pursues a truck containing the Arkham Knight. After he stops the vehicle, he finds out that the Arkham Knight wasn't in it and it was one of his men using a voice modulator to lead him astray. Batman is so fed up at this point that he interrogates the soldier by almost crushing his head with the Batmobile. God damn, he's so cool. He learns that the Arkham Knight has gone to pay the Penguin for supplying his army with weapons. He is later informed that Nightwing has also been tracking the whereabouts of the Penguin's crew and is coming from Bloodhaven to assist Batman. Nightwing meets with Batman and informs him of various weapon caches operated by the Penguin scattered around the city and leads him to one of their trucks. Batman insists that he'll handle Penguin by himself and tells Nightwing that he's needed in Bloodhaven, to which he begrudgingly leaves.
Come on, Bruce. Look, let me help. You can't do it all on your own.
It's too dangerous. I won't risk losing anyone else. Bloodhaven needs you.
All right. I can take a hint.
Batman tracks the truck back to their hideout where he finds the Penguin and interrogates him. He learns that the Arkham Knight and Scarecrow have gone to see a scientist named Simon Stagg who has airships above the city. Penguin scrambles away and Batman gets pinned down by henchmen, but luckily Nightwing saves him.
Right out of them.
This is you handling it, right? Now, don't worry. You can thank me later.
I love that Nightwing doesn't listen to Bruce all the time, as he's the most experienced Bat family member aside from Batman. He's known Bruce for almost his entire life, so he knows when Bruce seems in over his head and insists on helping. It makes Nightwing feel like his own hero rather than a sidekick. After destroying the weapons cache, Batman leaves it to Nightwing to find Penguin's other locations and heads off towards Stagg airships. When breaking in, he finds that the Arkham Knight's militia has killed all of the workers on board and eventually finds Stagg surrounded by soldiers. After taking them out, Stagg reveals that the soldiers were taking generators and that Scarecrow was on the second airship, but while talking to him, Batman encounters another hallucination of Joker.
Did he have anyone with him?
Oh, you mean Barbara Gordon? I think we both know she's probably dead, don't we, Bats?
Suddenly, Stagg is gone and everyone that you just defeated rises from the ground and turns into Joker. When taking them out, Batman gets overwhelmed and pinned down by the many Jokers until he finally snaps out of it, only to realize that Stagg has yet again been taken. It's clear that as time goes on, the Joker is getting more control over Batman, but he's able to fight him off for now in a mental and physical sense. It also has to be especially infuriating that these hallucinations come at the most inconvenient times. If I was Batman, I would want to beat the fuck out of Joker too. When traveling through the second airship, we discover multiple victims that were used as human experiments for Stagg.
The revised formula works perfectly. It passes through clothing and is readily absorbed through the skin and eyes. Gas masks are useless. The results are horrifying.
Stagg partnered with Scarecrow to craft his newest toxin, as well as a device named Cloudburst. When Stagg realized that Scarecrow had no intentions of monetizing the toxin in any way, he tried to cut off ties. But Scarecrow retaliated and decided to steal the Cloudburst from him. When finding Stagg locked in a cage, Batman tries to find out what exactly the Cloudburst is, but Stagg is dosed with toxin.
I should leave you to your nightmare.
Batman eventually finds Scarecrow, but once again is inconvenienced by Joker as we hallucinate two different Scarecrows working on computers, leaving us to choose the right one. Regardless of what you pick, it will always be wrong as Crane delivers another dose of toxin to Batman. Batman is left on the floor choking on the toxin as Scarecrow monologues, but Batman eventually goes full Joker mode.
No more Batman. Maybe it's already happened.
Look at me! I'm amazing! And this body! I can't believe how strong it is!
He starts beating down soldiers with much more force and brutality as they plead for him to stop. Batman also beats down Scarecrow, but when standing over him, a gun mysteriously appears in his hand as Joker talks him into taking the shot. Batman breaks down as he realizes that his one moral code is in jeopardy as he gives in to the idea of killing Scarecrow and letting the Joker win. Each time that he suffers a dose of toxin, the Joker gains more control. Thankfully, it wasn't real, but at this moment, he's not sure how much longer until the idea becomes reality. Crane notices that Batman is acting very differently and much more brutal. Before Batman can stop him, the Arkham Knight helps Scarecrow escape and takes the Cloudburst. The Knight fires a rocket at Batman, which he mostly dodges, but it leaves him hurt for a moment. When Batman finally stands, Alfred informs him of a broadcast coming from Scarecrow, revealing that Barbara is trapped inside his safe house. Batman goes to rescue her, but Crane doses her with his toxin, causing her to panic and shoot at Batman.
Barbara, it's me! Your friend.
You won't get me. I won't let you get me.
You will bring death to all who follow you.
This is the exact thing that Bruce feared would happen, and Scarecrow capitalized on it. Bruce is broken at this point, but he can't mourn for long. We'll come back to this moment later on, and I'll expand more on my thoughts there. Alfred informs Bruce that the Cloudburst is a dispersal device capable of spreading toxin across Gotham. Batman has the sudden idea to visit Poison Ivy as she's immune to Scarecrow's toxin. At GCPD, he asks Ivy for her help, and while she's not crazy about the idea, she eventually agrees as she wants to protect Gotham's plants. On the way to the Botanical Gardens, Batman comes across Cobra tanks, which he has to take down with the Batmobile stealthily. I'll be honest, I don't love facing these things as it's quite laborious, but hopefully there won't be any more later. The plan is to use ancient plants that can combat Scarecrow's toxin, so Ivy waits inside and takes control of a tree, while Batman goes to uncover another from underground. Once the giant plant is free, Ivy takes control and Batman heads back to Panessa Studios to analyze the Arkham Knight's forces on Founders Island. While doing so, Robin expresses further concern for Barbara, but Batman still chooses to lie to him.
I still haven't heard from Barbara.
Trust me, Robin. She's fine. I need you to focus on the cure.
This is an absolute moral conundrum if you ask me. He needs Robin focused on the cure so that the patients, and unbeknownst to Robin, Batman don't turn into the Joker. Alfred warns him that this may be a bad decision, but Batman still chooses to withhold Barbara's death from him. Batman also doesn't want Robin to take the Gordon route and go off on his own where he could possibly lose another companion. On the other hand, the Joker's voice inside of him is giddy with excitement at the thought of raising Robin's hopes and breaking him later.
I thought for sure you were going to tell him. Come clean like you did with Gordon. But you realized, why break him now when we can crush him later? It's classic Joker.
It's very interesting to question if this is the right call or not, so I'd love to hear your thoughts down below. Batman travels to Founders Island to take out the Arkham Knight's defense grid so that the Batwing can search for the Cloudburst device. While doing so, we run into more Cobra tanks, god damn it. After finally taking them out, Batman is about to destroy a missile launcher when suddenly the Arkham Knight invades his position. Batman briefly hides until getting his hands on the Knight.
Who are you?
Not yet, Dark Knight.
It seems that the Knight is nearly matched in skill with Batman, and I have to imagine how annoying it is for Bruce, who has insane detective skills, to get so close to the Knight but not learn anything about him. Batman takes out the Founders Island defenses and returns to the clock tower to analyze the Batwing's data. Nothing has been found yet, but suddenly an emergency distress call comes in from the movie studios. Henry informs Batman that they are under attack by none other than Harley Quinn, who finds out about the various Joker patients locked in there.
So you do remember me. That's weird, because you killed the only thing I ever loved. And now I find you've been keeping a whole new generation of Jokers to yourself. I know. Awkward.
When arriving at the movie studios, the elevator ride seems to go on for an extended period until you hear the iconic Arkham Asylum chime. Turning around, you'll find that the Joker is strapped to a gurney like he was at the beginning of Batman Arkham Asylum. Through Joker's dialogue, we can infer that there's a part of Batman that believes he killed the Joker.
Oh, come on. You think you're different because you never killed anyone? Newsflash! You killed me. I was there, remember? You destroyed my cure right in front of me. Watch me choke on my last laugh.
Upon arriving, we help Robin defeat multiple enemies as they proceed to interrogate a goon. But he's pretty much useless, so the pair analyze the Batcomputer and realize that Harley somehow bypassed all the security protocols, but they're unaware of how. She freed all of the infected Jokers who have now scattered around the movie studios, leaving Batman and Robin to go find them. It's cool to finally see Batman and Robin fight alongside each other and work together as a dynamic duo. Also, regarding the Asylum callback, I feel multiple similarities to Asylum in the upcoming section. Running through corridors to fight villains in their respective territories as they taunt you through TV screens and you beat up thugs along the way, that is essentially what you do throughout the entirety of Asylum. We take down each Joker in their own area, starting with Christina Bell. She sends out multiple goons knowing Batman will take them out and enjoys the idea of Batman chasing after her. After working with Robin to take out the henchmen, they bust down the door to apprehend Belle, to which she tries to attack Robin, and if you're too slow, she will repeatedly claw his face. When going after Albert King, he is very much ready to fight and even repeats the line calling back to Arkham City.
What do you want to start? How about getting your asses kicked 101?
Let's start with getting your ass kicked 101.
We face multiple thugs and take on Albert head-on for a boss fight until he's finally taken down. Finally, there's Johnny Charisma, which is definitely everyone's favorite Joker to pursue as he tries to serenade Batman, but before he could start singing, Joker takes his place and performs a hilarious song making fun of Batman's greatest failures. I can't play it as I'll get copyrighted straight to hell, but I'm sure you've heard it before. As Charisma sings, he is strapped with a detonator linked to bombs placed around the room, and Robin takes the time to disarm them while Charisma is distracted. Finally, they take Charisma down in style.
No encore?
I love that each Joker patient carries a distinct quality from the Joker's personality. Charisma possesses the, well, charisma and showmanship of the Joker. Belle has the obsessive qualities of the Joker, wanting Batman all to herself, and is most likely why she attacked Robin. Finally, King adopts Joker's aggressive nature, wanting to hurt Batman and Robin. Now, catching these guys wasn't exactly a breeze, as some interesting interventions occurred between each section. As Robin takes one of the patients back to their cells, Batman traverses by himself for a bit, where he finds what looks like Jason Todd strapped to a wheelchair by barbed wire with his head covered by a bag, as Batman hallucinates a recreation of what occurred between him and the Joker.
Batman? Is that you?
Batman's not coming to save you, Jason.
He'll come.
It's been 6 months now, Jason. I think it's time to face that.
Screw you.
Now, I know it hurts, but sometimes you gotta be cruel to be kind.
For those who aren't familiar with the character of Jason Todd, he's the one who took up the mantle of Robin after Dick Grayson became Nightwing. He was an orphan and a rebellious teen that Bruce took under his wing after he saw how skilled he was. Very long story short, after taking up the mantle of Robin, events occurred that caused him to pursue Joker by himself against Batman's demand. Joker ended up getting the jump on him, and Jason was captured and held by the Joker for a long period, where he was endlessly tortured. We see that Joker squanders Jason's hopes that Batman will eventually find him, and even shows him photos of Batman alongside a new Robin, stating that Batman has forgotten about him. During the hallucination, there are various hints that Joker held Jason somewhere in Arkham Asylum, including the Chronicle of Arkham symbol and the teeth chatter that was frequently heard in the first game. This isn't the only hallucination that we encounter though, as later on we find Jason hanging on a hook, to which Joker drops him and proceeds to brand him with the letter J.
We don't want him to end up back here, do we? No, we don't, Daddy. I want to keep him forever.
No, no, please, please, no, no!
Sometimes I feel like it's easy to forget how evil the Joker is. This is literally a kid, but just because he's associated with Batman and is taking away the one-on-one dynamic from the Joker, he just keeps him trapped and tortures him for fun. Jumping back to the present, as Batman and Robin take the last Joker to the cells, the duo come across Harley Quinn. Batman is hidden, leaving Robin to talk to her by himself.
If you think you're taking him back to the cells, think again! He's got the Joker in him. They all have. That means they're mine. I'm taking them.
Now that would be highly irresponsible of me to allow that to happen.
Once she's in position, Batman takes her down and defeats the surrounding enemies. Robin carries the last Joker patient as Batman proceeds to carry Harley to the cells. When arriving, they are surprised to see that the other Jokers have been killed in their cells, where it's revealed that Henry has fully turned into the Joker and killed them.
You killed them, didn't you, Henry?
Oh, Bats, you're so easy. Desperate to see the good in people. Especially when they're bad.
Henry kills the remaining Joker patient as a way to purify the gene pool, stating that the strongest will always survive. The Joker voice inside Batman is torn about who to root for, as he's very impressed with Henry's antics. But all that changes when Henry tries to kill Batman. Joker, realizing that he and Batman are about to be put to rest, urges Batman to kill Henry. But this sudden desperation for survival by the Joker causes Batman's eyes to turn green. Henry sees this and realizes that Batman is becoming the Joker. Henry knows that the strongest always survive and further purifies the gene pool.
You're the last Joker. That other cell's for you.
I need to stop Scarecrow. When I'm done, I'm locking myself away.
This scene is absolutely incredible. From the twist that Henry was never immune to the Joker virus, to the tension present throughout the entire scene, along with Joker's input, then Batman's first physical transformation towards becoming the Joker and others finally noticing it, not only physically transforming due to the Joker's need to survive, but it looks like he was close to actually giving in and killing Henry before he took himself out. This section intensified the plot and garnered so much intrigue for what was going to happen next. Robin tells Batman that he needs to lock himself away, and Bruce seemingly agrees. Robin locks Batman inside the cell and prepares to finish Batman's journey to take down Scarecrow. Alfred warns Robin that there are an alarming number of forces present, but Robin insists on handling it and heads off. We sit inside the cell with not much to do until suddenly Jason Todd appears on a chair in the middle of the room. Joker appears and frees Batman from the cells so that he could continue his story about Jason.
Have you got something to tell the nice man, Jason?
My name is Jason Todd.
Who do you hate?
Batman.
Excellent. Of course you do. Did you get that, Bats? Kid's not yours anymore. He's mine. Mine. To do with as I wish. Hey, I never asked. What's the big secret? Who is the big bad bat? His name. Tell me.
Of course, sir. It's...
Never could stand a tattletale. That's why I like to work alone. No one to spoil the punchline. You should try it sometime. After all, you've seen what happens when you drag your friends into this crazy little game of ours.
It seems that Joker sent this film to Batman, and he even repeats the same phrase that appeared earlier on the clock tower during the Barbara hallucination. This phrase has haunted Batman, and he most likely hears it in his mind every time he involves himself with allies. After the hallucination, Robin appears in the same spot near the cell, asking Batman to get in, inferring that when Batman entered earlier, it was just a hallucination. This time, Batman throws Robin inside the cell and cuts his communications with Alfred, and right here you can choose to tell him what happened to Barbara.
Tim, there's something you need to know. Something's happened.
No. Not her. Don't say it.
Barbara's... she's dead. I'm sorry.
Let me out.
I can't. They're targeting everyone close to me. I won't let them get you as well.
Bruce, please. I have to do this.
No.
You son of a bitch! How dare you! You don't get to decide! Get away from me! Go!
Man, playing this after Suicide Squad makes me appreciate the level of depth and storytelling we had. I feel bad for Robin, as he most likely feels entirely useless. The cure he was set to work on was pointless, his girlfriend went missing and was killed, and he was completely left in the dark, and now he's trapped in a cell with nothing left to do but process everything. Joker even makes a completely fair point about the entire situation.
If Henry wasn't immune to mad clown disease, then that means there is no cure after all. You had Featherhead slaving away when he could have been saving Barbara!
After Batman has seen constant tragedy fall upon the people he recruits as an ally, he lets fear take over instead of tackling the conflict together as a team. He isolates Robin to avoid tragedy befalling him, the same way it happened to Jason, the same way it happened to Barbara. Alfred alerts Batman that the Arkham Knight has deployed more drones in the city to regain control of Gotham, as well as seismic activity that's occurring on Miagani Island. Batman investigates the seismic activity to discover that Poison Ivy has been taking out a plethora of drones. Batman warns that she has given away her location, but she is adamant about payback against Scarecrow. Ivy helps Batman take out the drones in the area, but Batman is left to take out more fucking Cobra tanks! After taking out the Cobra tanks, Batman prepares to take Ivy back to GCPD as it's no longer safe for her outside. But before he can do so, Alfred informs him that the Batwing has located the Cloudburst. He informs Batman that it is being piloted in a tank and emitting large amounts of energy. Batman figures out that the Arkham Knight is piloting the Cloudburst, but suddenly it erupts, spreading fear toxin across Gotham. The toxin races down the streets, engulfing everyone, including the Batmobile, which destroys its generator and rendering it useless. Everyone inside the toxin is sent into a crazed state and starts relentlessly attacking each other. Poison Ivy's plants start dying since the Cloudburst has amplified the toxin. She tells Batman that he needs to take out the Cloudburst for the plants to do their job, as she decides to stay and provide power to the plant. Batman grapples upward as we get a new look at Gotham City. Having the entire city covered in toxin looks incredibly cool, and it forces you to stay in the skies and off the ground, and forces you to do the main story as all side missions are closed off. Batman needs information on how to defeat the Cloudburst tank, so he returns to Simon Stagg. After taking out a room full of militia, he finds Stagg hiding away and interrogates him.
Tell me how to stop the Cloudburst, or so help me, I will hold you responsible for each and every person Scarecrow has killed.
It's surrounded by a nimbus field. It helps spread the toxin, amplify the effects. Any vehicle not using a nimbus cell will be fried.
Then you won't mind if I borrow one?
No, of course not. By all means.
Batman throws Stagg in a cage and takes a nimbus cell for the Batmobile. The only problem is that the Batmobile is still underneath a sea of gas. Batman decides that he doesn't have a choice and leaps into the toxin below. Joker is thrilled about this as it means he gains more control, but Batman pushes through the gas as he tries to apply the nimbus cell to the Batmobile. The gas becomes increasingly overbearing for Batman, and surrounding criminals even turn into the Joker, but eventually he gets the Batmobile functional again.
Bruce, are you alright? Sir, are you there?
Give me a moment, Alfred. I'll be fine.
You're not looking too good, old boy.
This is a showcase of Batman's immense willpower. At this point, he's inhaled more chemicals than Cheech and Chong. This man is choking on toxin while working on the Batmobile and fighting off thugs at the same time. I also love how driving underneath the cloud looks. It gives the city such a gross looking makeover as you navigate through this rustic atmosphere. There's too much toxin clouding the Batmobile's scanner, leaving Batman unable to find the Cloudburst. With the help of Poison Ivy, he locates another plant, but it's deep underneath Founders Island. Batman heads underground, facing a plethora of militia forces along the way. Once he finds the plant, he uses the Batmobile's sonar to break it free, and it's brought back above ground. The Arkham Knight sends a fleet of drones to try and take down Ivy's plant, but Batman puts a stop to them. With the plant free, Batman can now find the Cloudburst, and the Arkham Knight tells him to come face him.
Oh, you found another tree. Well, I've still got the Cloudburst. You want to finish this? Come to Bleak Island. Then it'll be over.
Aw, hell yeah. The Knight's been talking that shit all game long, and now it's finally time to face him one-on-one. Mano y mano. Face to face. Hand to hand. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call here. What? Not hand to hand? He's staying in the Cloudburst. What, is it just him? No? More Cobra tanks! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the worst boss fight in the Arkham series. I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. This fight fucking sucks. It consists of 6 Cobra tanks guarding the Arkham Knight, who is inside the Cloudburst, but before you can take on the Cloudburst, you have to eliminate all the Cobra tanks, and it's so fucking boring. It's tedious, repetitive, and so slow. You just sneak up on a tank, wait for the turret to lock on, shoot it, drive away, wait for the other drones to stop being aggroed, and repeat 5 more times. Then when you finally take out the Cobras, you can't just attack the Cloudburst straight after. No! Batman has to scan the Cloudburst to locate the coolant lines that he can destroy to help overheat the tank, to which Batman says,
I should be able to rupture the shell from the 60mm cannon, but one strike won't be enough and I can't stay near that gun. Attack and fall back is my only option.
God damn it! So now you have to take out these coolant lines, but in between each one you have to drive away until the cloudburst is done with its overcharge. Not to mention that each time you destroy a line, the overcharge becomes longer until it gets over a minute long. Then, when you finally destroy all of the coolant lines, that should be the end, right? No! All you have done is disable the main cannon, so now you can start firing at the cloudburst to damage it, but you have to be careful as the tank fires a plethora of missiles at you, and it's so annoying, so unnecessarily convoluted, and brings down the pace of the game to a screeching halt. But after you finally disable the cloudburst, Arkham Knight escapes from the tank, and Batman grabs a hold of him. He grapples onto a nearby roof where they narrowly escape the cloudburst explosion, but the Arkham Knight gets on top of Batman until Batman reverses and starts beating him down. Once again, Joker is a massive inconvenience for Batman, and I'm curious to know the number of people who had to do a double take for a split second when they saw Joker under the mask, but then realized it was just a hallucination. Batman tries to reach Ivy to let her know that she can purify the remaining toxin now that the cloudburst is gone, but she isn't responding. Alfred informs him that the gas is starting to overwhelm Ivy's plants, so Batman goes to check on her. When we arrive, Ivy is looking horrible as draining the toxin is taking a toll on her, but she doesn't quit. She uses every bit of energy she has to power her plants until she collapses.
Nature always wins.
Finally, after Ivy's sacrifice, the plants clear up Scarecrow's toxin and return the city to normal. It's impressive how they managed to make me really care about Poison Ivy. During Arkham Asylum and City, she was just another villain for the player to take out. She would always stay in her little corner and didn't mess with anyone unless provoked. While her methods weren't exactly ideal, there was always room for her character to be more in-depth, and I'm glad they took advantage of that in this game. She's not your traditional villain, she just wants to be left alone with her plants, and when Scarecrow offers her the chance to kill Batman, she doesn't even care enough to take it. She teams up with Batman only to protect her plants and revenge against Scarecrow. But even if the deed wasn't exactly for humanity, it was still a very noble thing to do. It also showcases one of the many reasons that Batman doesn't kill, as he hopes that there's a chance, no matter how small it may be, that a villain will eventually turn their life around or do something good for once. As a cool detail to celebrate Ivy's sacrifice, the entire map gets covered in pollen from Ivy's plants as it falls from the sky. Alfred informs Batman of an encrypted SWAT broadcast at GCPD. Batman investigates this as SWAT isn't present in the city, and doing so reveals a message from Gordon.
I found Crane, and that bastard's going to die for what he did to my little girl.
To prevent Gordon from getting himself killed, Batman tracks down his radio signal to the militia's HQ, where Gordon has already been caught. To reach Gordon, we have to use the Batmobile to descend further down the HQ. Batman is close to Gordon as he reaches a tunnel system, but it's once again intercepted by the Arkham Knight, who is operating a giant mining drill.
I did ask if it came in black, but then I thought, you just get all jealous.
So what do you think? Does it come in black?
We proceed to lure him down multiple tunnels with explosives planted at the end of each one. This section is pretty fun as it delivers some intensity with the Arkham Knight chasing you right on your tail. The slow-mo shots as each tunnel explodes are awesome, and the fight is pretty fast-paced. Eventually we get cornered with nowhere to go as the Arkham Knight taunts Batman and reveals that he knows a lot more than he's let on.
You think Crane found Oracle on his own? I'm the one who told him about Barbara. Me! I told you I knew everything about you, didn't I? Don't worry, Bruce. I kept some secrets to myself.
With no other choice, we have to abandon our Batmobile, as the only opening is up. Yeah, depending on who you ask, that is either the most heart-crushing scene in the game or the absolute best. After navigating through the vents, Batman finds Gordon trapped in a chair inside the Arkham Knight's HQ. Before he can free Gordon, the Arkham Knight once again interrupts as we finally learn the truth.
Turn around.
Who are you?
You really have no idea, do you,
Bruce? Jason. But you're dead.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think anyone with a pulse could have seen this reveal coming from a mile away. Even if you don't know the character of Red Hood, this game pretty much spoon feeds you the identity. I do think that even though it's very predictable, it doesn't take away from the emotional impact. Batman is shocked and lost for words as it looks like he's seen a ghost, and the pain that Jason feels is finally coming out. The performances of Kevin Conroy and Troy Baker in this scene are top notch. This interaction feels like one last present from the Joker as he was able to turn Batman's trusted sidekick into a hateful, vengeful soldier. Having Jason team up with Scarecrow was also an excellent choice as Scarecrow has been trying to exploit the fears of Batman, letting down his allies, and Jason is the epitome of that.
Joker sent me the film. I saw him kill you.
Don't you dare lie to me! How long did you wait before replacing me, huh? A month? A week? I trusted you! And you just left me to die! That's not what happened.
Arguably, Batman's greatest failure is now staring at him in the face, but as Jason gets close, Batman counters and vanishes. Now instead of the Arkham Knight's broken mask, Jason takes it off to unveil the iconic Red Hood helmet, as if Jason is shedding into his new form. Jason props himself up on the gargoyles as we now have to sneak under him and deliver a surprise attack. I love the shift in Batman's goal here. Instead of trying to stop the Arkham Knight, he now just wants to save Jason. Each time that we sneak up on Jason, Batman doesn't want to hurt him and tries to get through to him, even calling him Robin.
You're Robin, Jason. You're not what he made you.
Stop! Stop talking to me!
When sneaking up for the final time, Jason tackles Batman to the floor, and Batman almost starts beating on him, but once he sees the pain in Jason's eyes, he stops.
You did this to me.
I'm sorry.
You left me to rot in that abandoned wing of Arkham for over a year! With him.
It's not too late. We can fix this. Together.
This whole time, Jason was led to believe that Batman didn't care about him anymore. It seems like in reality, Jason always wanted to be by Batman's side, but after the Joker spun the story making Jason feel expendable, he sought vengeance. It's not until Batman keeps trying to reach out to him and refuses to fight that Jason realizes that Bruce never stopped caring about him. Batman informs Alfred that he found Jason, to which Alfred is shocked, but when Batman turns around, Jason is gone, most likely to reflect on everything that has transpired and officially leave the Arkham Knight persona behind.
Oh, guess that's the end of the Arkham Knight. He chose the name himself, you know. Bless him.
Batman finally frees Gordon from his restraints and the two travel upwards in the elevator, as we're told Scarecrow is on the roof of the building. During this elevator ride, the two exchange some heartfelt words to one another.
Jim, I just want to say, working with Barbara, it was an honor.
Don't.
Even if you'd known what she was doing, you couldn't have stopped her.
Stubborn like her old man.
Brave.
You know, you see a lot in this job, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. But I'll never forget taking a witness statement from an 8-year-old boy who'd just seen his parents gunned down.
You were kind, Jim.
I was thinking, I may never get a chance to tell you this, to say sorry.
You don't need to.
We're the same, Bruce. We'd do anything for our family.
It's not explicitly stated how Gordon knows Batman's identity, but Jason did outright say it in front of Gordon. I like to think that Gordon had a hunch for a while, but Jason just confirmed it. This conversation is so well written, as well as the majority of the dialogue in this game. The lines feel authentic and natural, and the performances drive these scenes home. The two reach the top, seeing Scarecrow stand near the edge of the building. Gordon points his gun toward him as Batman tells him to surrender, but Scarecrow has other plans.
It is time. Time for what? Jim.
I'm sorry. It was the only way. Get me my daughter.
Dad!
Barbara. Are you all right? Did he hurt you?
What are you doing?
I am so glad Barbara is alive, and since Barbara is alive, I can finally go back and expand on my thoughts about her fake-out death scene. I'll be honest, it was very lackluster. For one, it wasn't all that emotional for me, as it seemed very sudden, and a scene which we quickly moved on from. For a character that has been with us since the beginning, it just fell flat. Second, I feel like it's very easy to tell that something is off about the whole thing. We've been hallucinating the entire game, and Scarecrow has constantly been messing with Batman's mind, so it's kind of hard to take this death at face value. Maybe it was intentional for the death to seem out of place to plant that seed in the player's mind, but weirdly, it adds to the relief of her being alive because she didn't actually die in such an awkward manner. Regardless of that, the scene that plays out before us is wonderful. Gordon betraying us makes sense because he just said 30 seconds ago that he'd do anything for his family. Even though he has turned the gun on Batman, you can tell that he's not doing so with malice. Scarecrow leads Jim to believe that he'll free Barbara if he shoots Batman, but once he does so, Batman falls over the edge, and Scarecrow explains that Gordon must face his fears while leading Barbara over to her impending doom.
You don't scare me.
Shh. It's okay to be afraid.
As Barbara is falling, Batman swoops in and catches her. Batman explains that Gordon knew what he was doing and shot at the strongest point in his armor. Unfortunately, Scarecrow escapes with Gordon captive and has an army of drones swarm Batman. We still don't have a Batmobile, but as we know, Batman is a man with a plan.
Where's the Batmobile?
Destroyed.
What?
Don't worry. Lucius made a spare.
Regardless of how you feel about the Batmobile, you have to admit that this scene is cool. I love that instead of the full black design, this one bears a resemblance to other Batman designs with the gray and the yellow. After taking out the drones, Batman carries Barbara to the Batmobile along with a snarky comment from the Joker.
Remember the time you carried me like that? I don't, because I was dead.
As Batman takes Barbara to GCPD, she has a conversation with Batman and says a line that Batman needs to hear.
Barbara, Scarecrow manipulated me. I watched you die.
He gassed you, Bruce. You don't need to worry about us or feel responsible. We're fighting with you, not for you, okay?
It's good to have you back.
Batman constantly blames himself anytime something bad happens to his allies and feels responsible for them. But he's never forced anyone to do so. All of them know the risk of teaming up with Batman and choose to help him willingly. I like to think that what Barbara said helped put his mind at ease for just a moment. When arriving at GCPD, Barbara gets straight to work trying to track down Scarecrow, but before she can find anything, the building starts to shake. The alarm starts blaring as Scarecrow has sent the militia to take down the GCPD.
Gallant police force of Gotham, I have a message for you. You are not safe. You are not protected. Batman will not save you. This is the beginning of the end for you, Dark Knight.
Like hell it is.
As you leave to go deal with the militia, the situation is filled with intensity as GCPD officers guard the doors with their firearms. The corridors are filled with the cheers of every inmate you've put away so far. When you reach the top floor of the building, we are greeted by the largest gathering of drones yet, as they rip the GCPD to shreds. The situation is feeling dire as they try to tear down the last beacon of hope that Gotham has. Batman eventually can get the Batmobile outside, but before taking on the army, Barbara explains that she has found a vulnerability in the drone systems and can aid Batman in his fight, and honestly, the build up to this encounter is pretty hype.
Ready, Batman?
Ready, Oracle.
I'll be out there fighting alongside you.
5,
4,
3,
2,
1.
let's finish this.
I always have a lot of fun taking out these drones because it feels like such an impossible task. Persevering through the fight makes you feel like such a badass.
There's nothing left, sir. Nothing. You played your part. Now Batman will play his.
After taking out the drones, even more soldiers try to break into the GCPD through the roof, but Batman takes care of it once again with the help of Oracle. The GCPD is saved, but as Aaron Cash is giving his gratitude, Oracle learns that her dad's voice was used to gain access to the movie studios and expresses concern for Robin. When going to check the movie studios, we see that the Scarecrow symbol is painted on the cell and Robin has been captured. Joker starts mocking Batman for this failure as Scarecrow sends a message to Batman.
Looking for someone. You should know by now that nowhere is safe. The Commissioner was so eager to betray you earlier, when his daughter's life depended on it. And now, I have your Robin, the caged bird. Fascinating that your fears would drive you to lock your closest ally in a prison cell. Now those same fears will make you do as I say. There's a storage depot in Kingston. Go there, alone. Prepare to take off that mask, or your friends will die.
And ultimately, it was fear that led to Robin being captured. Batman played right into Scarecrow's hands, and because of this one mistake, he's at risk of losing his biggest secret. Barbara is understandably mad, as both her partner and her father are now taken, and tells Batman that he needs to get them back. Although, Joker is not really fond of this idea.
Hang on. What if Sackface kills you once he's had his fun? No, I changed my mind. We don't have to go. Caring for friends is overrated, especially yours. They can't be left alone for 5 minutes without being kidnapped.
Batman reaches the storage depot where Scarecrow tells him to surrender his gadgets and enter the nearby truck. Batman does as he asks, and upon entering the truck, it proceeds to drive. But along the way, Alfred informs Batman that it appears someone is tracking his location.
I'm detecting someone tracking your movement through the city.
I knew he would.
I think I may have missed something, sir. Who are you talking to?
After Alfred cuts out, Scarecrow begins a monologue, but it's interrupted when a car suddenly crashes into the truck. Batman breaks free, and it's clear that he's in another hallucination, as we are suddenly back in Arkham City, in Crime Alley, the spot where Bruce's parents were murdered. After a while, their bodies appear on the floor, which you can approach and pay your respects to, but it appears that Joker's over Batman's grief.
Such a happy couple. Shame about the kid, though. Poor little Brucey never quite got over it now, did he? Well, there's no point crying over spilt blood. It's time to move on, kiddo. Let go. Take a load off. Join your parents. Uncle Jay will take it from here.
Joker appears fully healed compared to how sick he looked at the beginning of the game, showing that he's ready to take control. Multiple Jokers start appearing, and Batman takes them out one by one, except that similar to how he acted on Stag's airship, he uses excessive force and brutality against the Jokers, constantly using moves like breaking their back or stomping their face into the ground, until he eventually takes hold of the Joker by his throat. Joker coaxes Batman and the player to finally give in and kill him.
There's only one way to stop me, Brucey, old boy. Come on. You've killed me once already. It gets easier every time.
This scene is stressful as you're not sure if this is just a hallucination of the Joker or an actual person that Batman is just seeing as Joker. Regardless, the game won't continue unless you kill the Joker. Thankfully, it was just a hallucination and no one was actually there, but this now means that Joker's takeover is almost complete. Batman is fully capable of killing, and there's no telling if he's going to finally snap, no pun intended.
No denying it this time. You've got the mind of a killer. And that mind is mine. It's over, Bruce. You crossed the blood-red line. And now Scarecrow's going to set me free.
If you are a die-hard fan of the series, you probably recognize this camera work and immediately knew what was coming next, as Batman is brought back to the place where it all started. Arkham Asylum. Scarecrow opens the truck and escorts Batman on a gurney through the abandoned asylum. This whole scene is pretty much a visual recreation of the Arkham Asylum opening, which gives a nice sense of nostalgia and makes it truly feel like we're at the end. Crane brings Batman to the Arkham Mansion, where he has Robin and Gordon captive, along with a camera broadcasting live to the world. He plans to humiliate Batman before he kills him to deprive hope of the citizens of Gotham, as they see that their hero is just a feeble man. Scarecrow instructs Gordon to take off Batman's mask, and Gordon retaliates at first, but Crane fires a warning shot at Robin. Batman tells Jim it's okay and that this is the end of their journey. With no other choice, Gordon obeys Scarecrow and unveils the Dark Knight. Even though it's the final game in the series, I was still very surprised that they revealed Batman's identity to the world. But this scene is excellent. The tension that builds throughout, along with the music and the slow burn of Gordon taking off the mask, makes you wonder and hope that something happens to prevent it, But it doesn't. Scarecrow succeeds in making the player feel hopeless at this moment, as we're aware that there's no going back and this is truly the end. After Batman's identity is revealed to the world, Scarecrow begins the humiliation of the Dark Knight as he injects him with a dose of toxin on live TV. This scene transitions as we stand before Penguin, Two-Face, and Riddler along with Killer Croc in the background. They debate whether or not they should kill Batman, and Penguin states that he's killed 50 of his men. The camera slowly turns to reveal that it's not Batman on the gurney, but this time, it's Joker.
Guys! It's great to see you. I've had a devil of a time tracking you down.
Tracking us down? We caught you.
Oh, Cobblepot. Always cruel, but never cunning. Croc, old boy, you might want to duck.
Joker calls in his own Batmobile, which looks awesome, but proceeds to kill all of the henchmen inside the room. After doing that, he hops out and states,
"So much more fun with my hands on the controls."
It's clear we're not just looking at the Joker. We're looking at a Batman who has given in and become the Joker and is now on a killing spree. We proceed to play as the Clown Prince of Crime, maneuvering through the hallways and running into the villains that were confronting us earlier. They all plead for their lives, but Joker kills them anyway.
I can't believe you.
We eventually run into Two-Face, and after killing him, Joker goes to exit the building, and suddenly Two-Face's corpse on the ground turns into Gordon.
Please.
This makes the scene unnerving, as we aren't sure if Batman actually just killed Gordon in real life. Joker leaves the building to the sight of a burning Gotham City.
This may be my finest work yet.
Please listen to me. After all the good you've done for the city, think about what you're doing. So, I'm begging you, Master Bruce. Batman, you have to listen. Think of your family, Bruce. Your father, what would he say if he saw you like this? Please stop this rampage.
Oh, Alfred, sweet, loyal Alfred. Master Bruce is gone. But don't you worry, your new master's coming home.
We then transition back to the Asylum, but it appears that the Joker is still present as Scarecrow talks to him. As of this moment, Bruce's greatest fear is now a reality, as the Joker has fully taken over his mind. Although we see the Joker, everyone else sees Bruce Wayne acting like the Joker and laughing like a maniac.
Do you not understand? It is over.
Get ready for the encore.
Why aren't you scared?
At this point, it truly feels like we've lost, and there's nothing we can do. Scarecrow has us trapped, and the Joker is enjoying his newfound freedom as he's finally won. The only problem is, since this is now the Joker's body and mind, once Scarecrow injects us with more toxin, it's no longer the fears of Bruce Wayne that's being exploited.
Bats? Is that you? Oh, Bats!
Joker turns on his flashlight and is met with the iconic image of Batman carrying his corpse. Turning around reveals the cremation of the Joker that took place at the beginning of the game.
Ooh, crispy.
The setting appears very gothic and Victorian, closer to the aesthetic and atmosphere of The Dark Knight. We come across a statue of the Joker, but the head instantly crumbles off and Joker isn't too pleased with the presentation.
This isn't my grave. Oh, no, it's too small. It's all overgrown. Where's the head?
While exploring, we get jump scared by a Batman statue that can be shot down. Going even further, we come across a memorial service orchestrated by Harley Quinn for the Joker, but it looks like nobody cared enough to show up.
Harley? You call this a wake? Where is everybody? Oh, forgot to send the invites, didn't you?
We venture into another room where we can hear a news report from Vicky Vale covering the 1-year anniversary of the Joker's death. Except her colleague can't seem to remember who that is.
So, Glenn, today marks the 1-year anniversary of the Joker's death. Any thoughts on the occasion?
Sorry, who?
The Joker, you remember?
The question mark guy. He's dead?
No, not him.
Sorry, Vic, you gotta help me out.
You know what? It doesn't matter. Let's forget about him and move on.
Yes, let's forget about him and move on.
Joker is obsessed with being the center of attention and a narcissistic psychopath who can't comprehend a world where he isn't the top story in Gotham, a world where he isn't the main priority of Batman, a world where he's forgotten.
Oh, you think that's scary, Bats? When I get out of here, I'll write my name in blood on every street corner. I'll carve it on every corpse. No one's forgetting me!
We enter a room filled with nothing but the void until we're surprised once again by a statue of Batman. You can destroy these statues, but as time goes on, more and more of them appear behind your back, staring you down no matter where you go. Nothing can stop the predator-like presence of the Dark Knight. The statues behave similarly to weeping angels, a creature from the TV series Doctor Who. Statues that hunt after you while you're not looking. What's interesting about the weeping angels is that once they catch their target, they proceed to send their user back in time. This is exactly what the Dark Knight does as we enter a familiar part of Arkham Asylum, the intensive treatment building where Joker escaped custody at the beginning of all of this, where he plans to escape this hallucination, but the Batman has other plans.
You're afraid of being ashes. You're afraid of being forgotten. And you will be forgotten, Joker. Because of me.
Joker fires at Batman, but the shots do nothing until Batman grabs him as he battles for control of his mind.
I am vengeance. I am the Knight. I am Batman.
We finally take back control of Batman, fending off the Joker into his cell. He's resistant, but eventually Batman finally locks him inside for good this time.
No, please! No!
Goodbye, Joker.
No! Bruce! Don't leave me! Please! I need you.
And with that, Bruce's eyes turn back to their natural blue color, signifying the end of the Joker. What an incredible sequence to play through. I love how they showcase the mental battle between Batman and Joker, and we get to see both their fears play out along the way. It's great that instead of there being a magical cure to get rid of the Joker, Batman had to use sheer willpower to take back his body, not only suppressing his fear of becoming the Joker, but suppressing the voice inside his head that's been reminding him of his failures. The voice that's been conjuring doubt among the Dark Knight, that he isn't good enough to save the ones closest to him. But after all the struggles, the deprecation, the fear that the Joker brought, he is finally able to lock the Joker away in the deepest parts of his mind and remember that he is vengeance, he is the Knight, he is Batman. But Scarecrow still has the Dark Knight captured and attempts to humiliate him one more time. But things don't work out for him and we get this amazing moment.
I've won. I'm not afraid, Crane. Impossible.
Scarecrow points a gun at Bruce's head to try and scare him, but Bruce is unfazed, and before Crane can fire, Batman is freed from his restraints with the help of none other than Jason Todd, who is now donning the iconic Red Hood logo. With Bruce free, we finally get our hands on Scarecrow and deliver some good old-fashioned vengeance.
What's wrong? Scared?
Scarecrow screams in terror as he envisions Batman as a demon lurking after him until Jim finally takes him down. Batman says goodbye to Jim as he picks up his mask and leaves the asylum.
Look after him, Jim. Look after them all. You've been a good friend. The best I could ask for. You were there at the beginning. And now, you get to see how it ends.
We cut to Batman arriving at the GCPD to deliver Crane, who is still frightened and looks to stay that way for a while. And Cash shows some respect by sticking to calling Bruce Batman. With Scarecrow in custody and Batman's identity revealed, there's only one thing left for Bruce to do.
Sir, it's over. The whole world knows. What now?
Gotham still needs Batman. For one last night.
And then?
Prepare the Nightfall Protocol.
Are you sure?
There's no other way, Alfred.
It needs voice confirmation.
Martha.
Very good, Master Bruce. You can be sure your instructions will be followed.
We'll go over the Nightfall protocol near close to the end of the video, as there's still stuff left to explore. But first, let's get into my overall thoughts of the story. Many people consider Arkham City the best story in the series, but personally, for me, Arkham Knight takes the cake. Arkham City is definitely more consistent, but I love the liberties that were taken in this game, and the payoffs feel much more rewarding. This is the most depth we've seen from Batman in the whole series, and while he's cool in Asylum and City, he doesn't have much of an arc in those games. City is more so the start of that arc, beginning with Talia and Joker's death, and this game continues and evolves that story well. The way Joker is implemented in this game is amazing. He still proves to be a dangerous threat to Batman, even though it's only in his head, but he also provides a sinister comic relief during serious moments.
I can handle it, though it has been a while. Maybe a little rusty.
Open fire! Shoot everything! Now!
The dynamic between the two is fascinating, even though the dialogue is one-sided, as Batman never verbally acknowledges the Joker until the end of the game. He serves as insight into some of Bruce's thoughts during a scene, as well as being a devil on his shoulder, filling Bruce with doubt, which causes him to make rash decisions out of fear conjured by the Joker virus. Speaking of fear, I feel like Scarecrow was the best antagonist they could have chosen for this game. It's very meaningful for the villain to be a physical manifestation of the protagonist's internal struggles, and Scarecrow encapsulates that very well.
How fitting that I will win, and Batman's life will be over. Not because of what I have done to your precious city, but because you are scared of what I will do to your friends, your family. They are your weakness, hiding just below the surface.
Scarecrow's redesign is incredible as well, as he fits the tone of the game more so than his old design could. Scarecrow's old design and voice worked well for the Asylum setting, where he acted more manic and more in line with the criminally insane. The way he's presented in this game works, as he's more cold and calculated. He's sinister, he's quiet, and has control of every scene he's in. His face no longer has a bag covering it, and we get to see his grotesque, disfigured form, which instills a slight discomfort in the player. He's leveled up from just injecting Batman with a needle and running away. Now he actually feels like a threat, exploiting Batman's fears and using his allies as leverage to control him. I know some people wish we had nightmare sequences similar to Asylum, but I feel like we didn't need it. I appreciate the fact that we get hallucinations that expand on Batman's feelings and further the plot of the game, rather than stealthily sneaking around a giant scarecrow. And while those sections are amazing and work well for Asylum, I don't think they could have fit here. Plus, the camera tricks that were pulled off with each hallucination are seamless and creative. Going back to Batman and his allies, I'm glad we finally get to see some Bat family action in the series. Not only to see them work together, but to listen and watch their interactions. As I said before, the dialogue is incredible and the conversations feel natural. I could listen to Batman converse with each member all day.
You sure took your time back there.
I was testing your self-control.
Did I pass?
You need practice.
The allies are a big focus of this game, as they not only fall in line with Batman's fears, but once again, the Arkham Knight is a symbol of his fear of failing his allies. I love the fact that Jason Todd is the Arkham Knight. It ties in well with the Joker storyline and the overall theme of the game. The performance Troy Baker brings is impeccable, as you can sense hate through his tone from the entire game, but once the mask comes off, that tone turns to pain. And you can sense an underlying desire to just go back and be by Batman's side. I also appreciate this game for understanding Batman and making him a flawed character. He constantly makes decisions that you question if it's the right thing, but it's what makes him feel like a real person. Batman is not impervious to feeling afraid, and I love that the ending of this game wasn't a huge climactic battle, but instead a trip through Batman and Joker's mind. You don't need a big boss fight at the very end, when after seeing all the struggle, all the pain, and all of the fear dissolve, Batman simply just says,
"I'm not afraid, Crane."
That line is so satisfying and completes the arc of Batman well. Now that I've expressed all the love I have for this game and I've sucked its dick for about almost an hour, I do have some gripes. Let's address the elephant in the room. And the most common critique among players The Batmobile. I actually like the Batmobile's core gameplay and mechanics. The driving is very fun and the tank combat is enjoyable. The problem lies with the overutilization of the Batmobile. You have to use the Batmobile a lot to progress through this story, and while I don't have a problem with using it for certain puzzles, it's very anticlimactic that out of the 4 times that you have some sort of fight with the Arkham Knight, 3 of them are in the Batmobile. The rivalry between the Arkham Knight and Batman is supposed to be personal, and we're led to believe that the Knight is matched in skill to Batman, but that build-up doesn't matter if they just end up using tanks. All of the fights against the Knight are mediocre, as we never actually get to fight him, and by the time we do get our hands on him, it's just a stealth section where Batman isn't even trying to fight because he knows it's Jason. This leads into my next gripe, which is the severe downgrade in boss fights. Arkham City had some incredible boss fights, so the expectations for fights in this game were high. But the problem is, there aren't really any, and when there are, most of them are not great. The closest you ever get to a traditional boss fight is when you use the dual team mechanic to constantly beat on foes, but there aren't many moments like that. The majority of bosses see you using the Batmobile and don't offer much variety outside of constantly shooting your target, and in the case of the Cloudburst fight with the Cobra tanks, the pace is killed tremendously. There isn't a fight where you have to use all the resources available to you or display all of the knowledge you've gained throughout the game. It's all very dumbed down and seems uninspired. Finally, the last gripe that I have with this game is the Arkham Knight. Now, I know I just praised the idea of Jason being behind the mask as well as the performance and symbolism of the character, but my problem is with how his secret identity is handled. Before this game came out, a major part of the marketing was that the Arkham Knight was an original character and his identity was unknown.
So the Arkham Knight is a very significant new character. We've designed him at Rocksteady as a completely original and new character created in collaboration with DC Comics. So it's so exciting for us as a studio to be able to kind of contribute to Batman's world and the Arkhamverse in that way.
The problem is, everyone pretty much guessed that it was Jason right away. He just seemed too similar to the character of Red Hood, and it was pretty obvious to fans of the comics. The other problem was that even if you have never picked up a Batman comic in your life and never heard about the character of Jason Todd, the game just straight up shoves you in his face. Before this game, he had never been mentioned once, but now all of a sudden his story is very integral to Batman's arc. Don't get me wrong, I like all the flashbacks in the overall story, but it completely removed the mystery of the Knight's identity. There aren't even any red herrings that try to throw you off from the suspicion. It's just right there, plain as day. Maybe Rocksteady thought that the story wouldn't be as impactful if it was just Red Hood and we already knew who it was, but I beg to differ. The Under the Red Hood animated movie almost has the same premise, and yet it's still emotionally impactful because we get to see Batman's journey and thoughts as he finds out that a young man he thought to be dead is not only alive, but standing opposite of Batman's morals as he believes that the criminals of Gotham should be killed. I like the journey Jason has from being the Arkham Knight to eventually shedding that to become the Red Hood, but the mystery and the mystique aspect could have been handled better. But besides those gripes, I absolutely love this game. I believe the positives outweigh the negatives. The story takes greater risks that pay off very well in my eyes, and I view it as a very satisfying conclusion to the Arkham saga. Before we get into the side missions, I want to talk a little bit about the gameplay aspects. The combat could not be any more perfect. It's as smooth as ever, and the range at which you can attack enemies is almost cartoony, but so satisfying. With a new game, that means you'll need new enemies, and this game offers a challenging set of thugs. Along with the basic brutes that you have to defeat with a beatdown, we also see a militarized brute who can be equipped with blades, shields, or shock gloves, and sometimes all 3. They require 2 beatdowns to defeat and are some of the hardest enemies in the game as they test your reflexes and can be overbearing, especially if there's more than one. Another enemy type that has been added is the medic, who can prove to be annoying.
What the hell did you do to me? Helped you, idiot. Anyone who touches you now gets 1,000 volts.
The medic has 3 charges that it can use to revive a downed teammate. If you encounter the medic, you should take them out as soon as possible to prevent a fight from going on longer than anticipated. With new enemies, you'll need new takedowns, and fortunately, you can now use the surrounding environment to assist you. Whether you pick up a pipe on the ground and start beating criminals or hurl a box at someone's noggin, these impromptu weapons can provide you a quick escape and hit any enemy and pass through their defenses. You can also drop a hanging light onto an enemy, which makes you wonder if Batman just forgot that he doesn't fucking kill people. We focused heavily on the allies in the game, and along with these allies come a new dual team combat mechanic. When you engage in dual team combat, you fight normally as Batman, but can seamlessly switch between him and the other teammate. When you switch characters, your combo continues as normal as you fight alongside each other. All of Batman's allies are equipped with their own gadgets and can provide twice the versatility that we love these games for. While you fight as both characters, you build a meter on the side of the screen. Once it's filled, both fighters will perform an instant dual team takedown on one enemy, and it looks awesome. Stealth also gets a big upgrade with the addition of fear takedowns, which allows you to take down 3 enemies instantly in quick succession, and up to 5 with the proper upgrades. This allows stealth sections to be sped up a good amount if you can find the perfect opportunity, but you have to recharge this ability by performing a regular silent takedown. There's also a new mechanic to try and stop your detective vision, as an enemy can track your location if you keep it switched on, and this can make for some funny moments.
This doesn't make any sense. It says he's right behind.
We get some new gadgets like the upgraded disruptor, which can tamper with a plethora of enemy equipment. Before you even engage in a stealth encounter, you can spend some time planning out your attack from above while using this gadget to turn the surrounding supply crates and weapons against the criminals. This tool adds a whole new field of strategy and adds to the feel of being a silent predator. There's also a new voice synthesizer which can copy the voice of the criminal's commander and allows you to place them wherever you please. Whether you want them to stand by an exploding wall or check a tampered crate, this gadget can be paired with other tools to create fun and versatile takedowns.
Open the gate!
I don't get it. What's there to get? Just get the gate open.
Tank combat is pretty straightforward as you mainly just shoot other drones, but it's pretty fun to dodge the oncoming fire. There are a few upgrades you can attain along the way, such as a missile launcher that can fire up to 10 targets, an EMP blast that temporarily disables the surrounding drones, and a hacking system that allows you to turn up to 4 hostile tanks into allies. These abilities add some fun variety to the tank combat and require you to be strategic if you want an easier fight. Aside from the combat and stealth portions of the gameplay, I would be remiss not to mention how beautiful this game looks. This game came out in 2015 and it still looks incredible. I don't know what magic Rocksteady performed in the studio to craft such a graphically advanced game like this, but it hasn't aged a day. The look of this game is also enhanced by the constant rain effects, as you can see drops fall on many surfaces like Batman's mask and cape. Gotham City is crafted wonderfully, and Rocksteady strikes again with a memorable play area that ensures after playing for a while, you won't even need the map. The city is separated by 3 islands, and each one gives off their own personality. Bleak Island is the most tame with smaller buildings, while the other 2 are filled with towering skyscrapers. Founders Island has a more futuristic vibe with glassy structures as the neon lights burn bright on the majority of the building. And Miagani Island has more gothic structures that resemble more of a comic version of Gotham. It's well optimized for the player to glide around in, and speaking of gliding around, thankfully they added upgrades for the player to acquire that speed up the gliding drastically, which is essential if you want to have fun exploring the city. Even though Gotham has been evacuated, the world never feels empty, as you can find many rioters in the streets who are vandalizing, looting, or maybe they're just enjoying a nice walk as you come up and ruin their day. The gameplay, the world, and the graphics are all top tier and add an unbelievable amount of variety and hours that you can lose yourself in. There's also a good chunk of DLC skins that you can install to personalize your Batman, but let's be honest, you're just going to choose the Batman Beyond 2039 skin, so stick with that. Alright, moving on to side missions. There's a total of 18 in the game, 14 in the base, and 4 DLC side missions, so we're going to split this up into sections. Number 1, one-off side missions. Number 2, recurring side missions. Number 3, militia side missions. And number 4, the Season of Infamy side missions. Starting with the one-offs, we have Friend in Need, which is easily the worst side mission in the entire game. We get to see a returning Hush who had a big buildup in Arkham City, and it was thought that he was going to play a big role in this game, but instead, he sneaks into Wayne Tower, holds Lucius captive, Batman comes to stop him, and then he does. Literally takes 5 minutes to complete, and it's just a waste of the Hush character. The next one-off mission is Lamb to the Slaughter. This mission sees infamous reporter Jack Ryder, who managed to get himself kidnapped by Deacon Blackfire. We find Blackfire preparing to sacrifice Ryder in a cult-like ritual and have to step in and save the day. Again, not much in this mission, but at least you get to fight off enemies and apprehend Deacon.
I'll still be here when you're dead and gone, Batman. Gotham will be mine.
Spare me this sermon.
I also thought it was cool that they added a more obscure character like Blackfire into the game, so yeah, quick, easy fun, and not much else to it. Now we're gonna move to the recurring missions of the game. These are missions that have multiple parts to them. First, we have Creature of the Night, which, Jesus fuck! This is easily one of the best jump scares in a video game, and it's fun to watch other people play and see their reaction. This mission has us tracking down Man-Bat, who can be seen flying across the city at various points, leaving you to swoop in and collect his blood sample. This mission has a sad story, as we learn that Kirk Langstrom just wanted to help cure deafness in the world, but his experiments that consisted of combining bat and human DNA failed, resulting in him becoming the Man-Bat and killing his wife. After you catch him enough times, he returns to normal after Batman administers an antidote and is locked in GCPD to mourn his wife.
Where's Francine? Where is she?
She's dead, Kirk.
No. She can't be. I didn't. What have I done?
Next, we have The Perfect Crime. Across Gotham, you can find multiple mutilated corpses, leaving you to identify them by scanning their bodies. The scanner is pretty cool, as it lets you investigate separate layers of these bodies to find any unique marks. Once you find all 6 bodies, Alfred can track down the exact location from which these bodies have come from, leading you to an abandoned beauty parlor run by Laszlo Valentine, aka Professor Pig. Pig is very creepy and unsettling and gives off Bioshock vibes as he tries to perfect people in his own sadistic way.
Bad. Pig is like clay. Pig is like a god.
Pig is here to fix us all.
We have a cool fight where the only way we can take down his subjects is by performing ground takedowns until we eventually put an end to the professor. A cool mission that explored Batman's detective side and introduced me to a very interesting and disturbed character. Next up is Gotham on Fire, which sees the return of Firefly from Arkham Origins.
You beat me once, but that was a long time ago.
Firefly is loose in Gotham, burning down different fire stations, and it's your job to find and extinguish them. Once you do that, Firefly bursts out the station and you have to chase him down with the Batmobile until you catch him and deliver a beatdown. It's not a very extensive mission, there are only about 3 fire stations, and on the 3rd one, once you catch Firefly, you bring him to the GCPD. It's a quick mission, and I'm fine with that, as I don't think Firefly is a character that needs to be that deep. Next on the list is Heir to the Cowl, where we get to meet up with a familiar face in Azrael.
Dark days are here, Batman. The prophecy has come true. From the ashes of Arkham City, the fires are raging, and Gotham is burning.
You can find Azrael across multiple rooftops in Gotham along with a burning bat symbol. Azrael has come to fulfill the prophecy that he warned us of and take up the mantle of the Dark Knight. Azrael proclaims that if he's going to do so, then he will not kill. Batman isn't convinced yet, so he sets up multiple challenges for Azrael to complete that require him not to be hit while facing multiple enemies. During these challenges, we get to play as Azrael, and there is a bit of fun to be had as you avoid being struck. His gameplay isn't very extensive though, as he's just a copy and paste of Batman, but it makes sense as he's been watching The Dark Knight for a while. Once you complete all of the challenges, Batman tells Azrael that he'll contact him eventually, but he seems very impatient.
There is no decision to make, Batman. I am ready now.
I decide how this works, not you.
Every moment you waste, Gotham falls deeper into the abyss. Make your decision fast, or she will be lost forever.
Batman heads back to the clock tower as Alfred has found that Azrael's real name is Michael Lane, a former police officer who was dismissed due to psychological issues and recruited by the Order of Saint Dumas. Batman analyzes a microprocessor that has been placed in Lane's brain that has been implanted with a secret message by the Order.
The Dark Knight stands in the way of our cause. He prevents the evil of Gotham from facing true divine justice. When you have proven yourself, wait for your moment, and then strike him down. Take your rightful place as Gotham's new guardian. A guardian wholly willing and relentless in his quest to protect this city.
Lane finds Batman and seems to be struggling between his true self and his Azrael persona. You gain control of Azrael and have a choice to either kill Batman or break your sword. Of course, if you try to kill Batman, then he'll counter and take you to GCPD. But if you break the sword, Azrael will leave and Batman will show his respect.
You made the right decision, Michael.
I do no one's bidding but God's. The Order must answer for what they have done to me.
This is a great side mission, and I love the fact that you can choose Azrael's fate. He's a very interesting character that I wish we could see more of, but as of right now, this mission was very satisfying. Next up is The Line of Duty, which has Batman searching for multiple firefighters across the city. Each firefighter is held captive by a group of thugs, and once you rescue each one of them, you learn more information about how they were captured, and it closely relates to the Firefly mission. Once you free all the firefighters, all you have left is to rescue the Chief, Underhill. Once you free him, you learn that he was the one who gave Firefly the access codes to abandoned fire stations, but he didn't do it without reason.
It was you who gave Firefly the access codes and addresses of abandoned buildings.
I always made sure they were empty. No one was hurt.
You put your men in danger.
The city was shutting us down. I couldn't let them do it. I couldn't.
And while there was an arsonist at large in Gotham, your men would keep their jobs.
They've got families. They gave their lives to the city. I made a promise to them. I couldn't break it.
The Chief's men have praised him for being a good man, and Batman even empathizes with him, but he still has to take him to GCPD. It's a very interesting story to follow along, and not one that I expected in this game. My only problem is that even though Batman empathizes with the Chief, he throws him in the same cell as Gotham's most notorious supervillains. What the fuck? What a really smart move there, detective. Up next is Two-Faced Bandit. I'll be honest, there's not much to this one. You just have to take out multiple groups of Two-Face's crew to stop them from robbing banks in Gotham, and during the final bank robbery, you get to take out Two-Face and send him to GCPD. I'd say that the most interesting thing in this mission is the dialogue that Two-Face delivers, as it gives insight into the past relationship between himself, Batman, and Gordon.
Remember when I told Gordon we should arrest you? Said we shouldn't work with vigilantes. You promised me we'd crush crime in Gotham within the year.
Was I ever part of the plan? Or was I just a distraction? A pretty boy lawyer the mob can focus all that hate on. Well, you tore them apart.
Next up is Gunrunner, which has you team up with Nightwing to find and destroy various weapon caches owned by the Penguin, similar to how they did in the main story. I'll say the interactions that you have with Nightwing in between each cache are cool and provide a small bit of world building. Every time I was done with a hideout, I always looked forward to chatting with Nightwing and seeing how he was feeling.
You know, when all this is over, I should swing by the manor, say hi to Alfred. He made living with you bearable. Just. I haven't seen Robin around tonight. You know, I still think of him as the new guy. Couldn't have been easy for him, you know, coming in after what happened, but kid's got a lot of heart.
After you destroy enough caches, Nightwing will alert you that he's found the Penguin, albeit while also being captured by the Penguin. You have to go rescue him and prepare to take out the final cache, but before doing so, what the hell, bro? How does that even happen? Eventually, Nightwing and Batman pull out a page from the Flying Grayson's book to take down Penguin and simultaneously destroy the final cache.
Ow, shit! Oh, I swear to God, you better kill me, Batman. Otherwise, I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna...
Before taking Oswald to GCPD, we get this bittersweet interaction between Bruce and Dick.
I'm proud of you, Dick.
Are you feeling okay?
This is the end. This is the last time we meet.
Don't talk like that. All right, this won't stop you. Nothing stops you.
Keep Bloodhaven safe. Promise me.
It's okay, Bruce. I get it. You just don't want me hanging around, stealing the limelight.
Dick.
I won't let you down.
I know.
It's very sad to watch, especially if you know what comes next, but a testament to how much Batman trusts and respects his proteges, even though he doesn't always express it. After that, Oswald is taken into custody and Gotham is down another criminal. Am I forgetting anyone? Oh well. Next we have the militia missions, in which 4 different quests relate to regaining control of Gotham and wiping out the remaining militia forces. These missions see you disabling bombs that are drilled into the streets of Gotham, as Batman says the Arkham subreddit's favorite goddamn line over and over again.
The bomb's payload is the bomb payload. I can use the power payload to trigger the bomb.
Deactivating checkpoints placed along the various roads in the city, taking out APCs that are driving around Gotham, and disabling guard towers that are active with sentry turrets. Once you start taking out enough of the militia forces, you start catching the attention of the new commander that took the Arkham Knight's place.
It's good to see you again, Batman. It's been a while.
Slade.
Codename's Deathstroke, and I'm on the job.
Oh, hell yeah. Deathstroke was awesome in Arkham Origins. And now he's back. After wiping Gotham City clean of all the militia forces, Deathstroke challenges you to a rematch.
You're a merc without a job.
Not exactly. I took payment in advance on this one, and that makes me professionally obliged to finish this.
Aw, hell yeah. Deathstroke has been talking that shit to us, thinking he could take us out after all these years, and now it's finally time to face him one-on-one, mano-a-mano, face-to-face, hand-to-hand. Oh, hold on. I'm getting another phone call. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
Scans indicate that Deathstroke's tank has a 360-degree field of vision.
It's just a copy and paste of the Cloudburst boss fight from the main game. And let me remind you, the worst boss fight in the Arkham series. This one just breaks my heart. I don't even know if I want to focus on it all that much. Just know that he defeats Deathstroke and takes him to jail, and it's all very not cool.
You think it's wise to put me in here with all these lesser warriors?
Loser! You're a loser! Are you feeling sorry for yourself?
I still feel like I'm forgetting something or forgetting someone. What? Whatever. Finally, we have the Season of Infamy DLC side quest, which consists of 4 returning villains from the Arkham series: Killer Croc, Mad Hatter, Ra's al Ghul, and Mr. Freeze. These 4 missions are honestly the best that the game has to offer and are worth paying for. You also get access to more areas around the city where these villains reside, so it all feels fresh. They offer some deep narratives that I was not expecting and make you sympathetic for most of the villains, except for Mad Hatter, because he's always a bastard.
1, 2, 3. A hat trick of your boys in blue. Do they live or die? That's up to you.
I will say that the Mad Hatter mission is unique and gets very close to the same feeling that the original Scarecrow nightmares in Asylum had. You get sent into a book and break the fourth wall a bit as you jump through the pages that retell the story of the Arkham series. The art style looks very cartoony and you get to face familiar enemies from the series past.
No, this can't be how it ends. There's tea for 2. We can still be friends.
The Killer Croc mission had me strangely feeling bad for Croc. You team up with Nightwing to investigate a fallen prison blimp and learn that Croc was responsible. Croc's design is drastically different and even scarier compared to Asylum, but along the way you learn that the reason Croc looks and acts this way is because the warden of the ship wrongfully experimented on Croc and caused him to mutate.
You made it worse. Fix me.
I can't. Your mutation is aggravated by trauma. There's nothing we can do.
Liar.
We eventually get a cool dual team boss fight and apprehend both Croc and the Warden. It's a mission that's both equally scary and sad. The Ra's al Ghul side quest raises an interesting moral conundrum. Ra's has of course been resurrected after Arkham City, but the only thing keeping him alive is a stream of Lazarus fluid. He asks you to retrieve a direct sample of Lazarus to revive him fully.
Help me. For Talia.
Along the way, you find out that Nissa Ratko, the sister of Talia al Ghul, is leading an army of rebels that are on the brink of a shadow war with the League, and if Ra's returns to full power once more, he'll be unstoppable. You return to Ra's with the choice to either give him the antidote or destroy his life support, and it's interesting to see Batman struggle with this choice as he debates whether or not it counts as murder.
I swore I'd never kill.
He's a dangerous, uncompromising zealot, sir. Restored to full strength, there's no telling what he'll do, or who he might hurt. Is preventing some ungodly resurrection truly the same as taking a life?
What would you do, Alfred?
I don't know, sir, but I'll stand by you, whatever you choose.
I think that objectively, the right choice is to destroy the machine, as it's not really killing if the individual is someone who has cheated death multiple times. Plus, the game makes this clear, as if you choose the opposite, then Ra's kills Nissa and escapes. Otherwise, after fighting the League, Ra's doesn't have long to live, and Batman carries him to GCPD similar to how he did with Joker.
Detective. Proud.
But by far, my personal side mission in the entire game has to be Mr. Freeze. We find Freeze in distress after a group of militia swarmed his boat and kidnapped Nora after he refused to help fight Batman. Freeze asks Batman for help, to which he agrees.
Find her, Batman. Please.
I will.
Batman goes through multiple soldiers until he finally learns the location of Nora. After Batman takes out the enemies guarding her case, it appears to be too warm, making the ice melt and leaving Nora to wake up after all this time. Batman lets her catch her breath, and we learn that she was aware of the passage of time.
Try not to move.
For what, another lifetime?
You know how long it's been.
Too long. It was like dreaming, but I could hear Victor speaking to me.
Then you know what he's become.
Victor checks in and learns that Nora is free, and insists that she needs to be frozen again as he's still finding a cure for her. Nora doesn't want to be frozen anymore and just wants to be free. But as she tries to convey this to Victor, the generator on his boat blows up.
Victor! God, no!
Militia forces go to attack Freeze, so Batman races through a snowy Gotham to save him. Once we arrive, we help take out the many drones that appear, but they're proving to be too much. Freeze is left with no other choice but to destroy his life's work and detonate his generator to save Batman and Nora. Unfortunately, this means that he can no longer cure Nora of her disease. We deliver Nora to Victor as they share this moment together.
My word. The equipment. It's all gone. I can't save you. Maybe there's another way.
Victor, this isn't you. I won't let you destroy yourself anymore. I wish I could have told you sooner.
I don't want you to die, Nora.
Then let me live.
I won't have much time. Days.
Time never has been on our side, Victor.
Such a heartbreaking moment that's packed with incredible dialogue, emotional music, and wonderful camera work. I've always said that Freeze is a great villain because he's not much of a villain. He does bad things, but his intentions are good. He's just a man who loves his wife, and Batman understands and respects that. I've always loved their dynamic throughout Batman media, and I think this is an incredible way to end the Freeze story. What the hell could I possibly be forgetting? Oh, fuck.
Forget Scarecrow. It's time to face your one true nemesis, Batman.
Oh dear, is that who I think it is?
The villain we all love to hate returns once more to give us all a migraine. I left this one for last because the Riddler side quests always take the longest in these games and are usually the last thing that the player completes. The Riddler is seeking revenge on Batman after being humiliated in Arkham City, so to coax the Dark Knight to play his games, he kidnaps Catwoman and traps her inside an abandoned orphanage. When going to free her, it's revealed that she is not able to leave as Riddler has strapped a bomb to her neck that requires 9 keys to remove. This forces Batman to do a plethora of Riddler challenges across the city and in the orphanage to collect the keys and free Selina. These challenges are pretty fun for the most part. A few of them include some killer racetracks that Riddler somehow had the time to construct, but they do offer a fun challenge. Besides the racetracks, we do get some other puzzles placed around the city, but I'll be honest, most of them require the Batmobile, and they're just fine. They're not as fun as the Riddler rooms in Arkham City, but I do enjoy the challenges that take place back at the orphanage. These challenges have you work with Selina in creative ways, and often require you to switch between each character to gain new perspectives and solve the puzzles. Part of me wishes this game was multiplayer because could you imagine struggling with a friend during these rooms? There's also a new enemy type with the Riddler bots. These robots attack you during or after a challenge to stop the duo from reaching the Riddler, and they have a fun twist. The bots switch between blue and pink, signifying which character is supposed to hit them, and if the wrong person does so, they get treated to a shock. Just like with Nightwing, you can talk to Selina in between each puzzle to see what's on her mind, and the dialogue can range from serious to casually funny.
This is definitely your mess.
and I appreciate you cleaning it up. But just be careful while you do it, okay?
Selina, where were you last Friday? Between midnight and 1 a.m.
Giving blood. No, wait. Volunteering. Why?
There was a break-in at the Museum of Gotham. A valuable gemstone was stolen.
What? No. Who could do such a thing?
Just put it back.
Eventually, when you do all the puzzles and free Selina, the two leave the orphanage until Riddler bursts in with a giant robot and starts fighting you.
Enough! This is beneath me. You are beneath me. You want to finish this, detective? Then you must earn the privilege.
Solve every last riddle in this city and I'll fight you, Batman, but not a moment before.
God damn it. As you guessed, you have to find all 243 Riddler trophies and puzzles before you can actually fight him. Thankfully, they only dumbed it down to 243 compared to Arkham City's 440. Finally, once you collect all the Riddler trophies, Riddler will come out of hiding to fight, and Catwoman will help you finish the job. I gotta say, this fight is pretty fun, and after 4 games, you finally get to punch the Riddler in the face, and it's so satisfying. After taking down Eddie, you get ready to take him to GCPD, but have this interaction with Selina.
Now be a good damsel and bestow a kiss on your gallant hero.
Play nice.
You're not playing at all.
No, I'm not. Not anymore.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It means this is the end, Selina. It means we can't. I can't.
I will see you again, right?
No one will. Gotham needs something more, something worse to defend her. She needs a new myth. A legend more powerful than I can be right now. A legend that can only rise from the ashes of the Batman.
Some things you can't do alone, Bruce.
And some things you have to.
Call if you need me.
I won't.
I know. I just wanted to say it.
This hit me right in the feels because you could see that he's trying to be stoic. After all, he knows it's not in the cards for them, especially after tonight, but you can tell a part of him wants to be with and even possibly loves Selina. Batman always comes first. It's very sad and emotional and a hard-hitting moment to end on, especially since that means
it's time for nightfall.
After locking up all of Gotham's supervillains, Batman activates the Nightfall Protocol. He visits the Bat Signal at GCPD. As he takes off his mask, he reflects on all the good that he has done with this mask until he drops it on the ground, leaving it behind. He proceeds to tell Gordon that it's over.
It's done. Gotham is safe.
Thank you, Bruce, for everything.
Goodbye, Jim.
He looks upon the city that he loves until leaving the scene on his Batwing and letting the signal that gave Gotham hope for years self-destruct. We cut to Wayne Manor, where we see a large amount of citizens and reporters outside awaiting Batman's arrival. Batman drops down in the Batwing as everyone scrambles to take pictures and videos, but Batman slowly arrives at the front door, greeting Alfred.
Are you sure you want to do this, Master Bruce?
I've got to. It's the only way to protect them.
Very well.
We just saw Bruce Wayne, now known to be the masked vigilante Batman, enter his home, refusing to come.
This is how it happened. This is how the Batman died.
just like that, it all came back to the beginning. When I saw this for the first time, I was blown away, really wondering if Batman is dead. But it doesn't end there. We cut to Jim Gordon reflecting on Batman's crusade. We learn that hundreds of criminals were suspects in the murder of Bruce Wayne, and he poses a burning question that's on everyone's mind.
So what's next? Criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot. What happens when they have nothing to be scared of? Who will protect Gotham now that the Batman is dead?
A family walks down an alleyway followed by two criminals. They attempt to rob the family, and this scene is a parallel to the events that caused Bruce Wayne to become Batman, even down to the snatching of the pearls. As they're robbing the family, one of the guys notices a strange looking figure lurking in the shadows.
Hey freak, maybe you missed the news! Batman's dead!
What awaits them is a myth that now plagues the criminals of Gotham, a myth that has risen from the ashes of the Batman. Absolutely incredible way to end off such an iconic series. Batman faking his death and using fear toxin to haunt the criminals of the city is a genius choice. He's not only faced his fears against Scarecrow, but eventually became the face of fear, truly being one with the shadows. Wow. That's all 4 Arkham games reviewed and reflected upon. There are some story DLCs that are a part of this game, but they're all mostly 15 minutes long and just offer a glimpse into what Batman's allies are doing after the events of Arkham Knight. I will say the most expansive one is the Batgirl DLC, as that comes around to about 40 minutes and it's easily the best one, but still they're not as extensive as, say, a Harley Quinn's Revenge or a Cold Heart DLC. But that is really it. I've said all the thoughts I conjured up on this 25-page script, which is easily the longest that I wrote for a video game. And it's kind of sad. Last July, I posted that Arkham Asylum video as something fun, as something I just wanted to talk about and share my thoughts on. And that video blew up. And as of right now, it's still the highest viewed video on the channel. And I was so amazed to see that a lot of people shared the sentiment that I have for these games. So I just want to say thank you for sharing this journey with me as we go back in time and reflect on a series that gave us so much joy. You may not know it, but the Batman Arkham series is the reason I started making videos. I used to have an old channel back when I was 12, don't find it, I'll kill myself, where I would just talk about and stupidly play these games just for fun, and I just wanted to share that joy. This series really means a lot to me, and I'm glad I could share that with so many people. And even though we're done talking about it, that leaves a whole new door of other games to go reflect on, to go play for the first time that I've never experienced before. And listen, even though Suicide Squad came out and kind of twisted and tangled the sanctity of this universe, I really don't think that taints the 4 amazing games that we had, because we could still look back on them and appreciate how good of a story this is. And Rocksteady is currently planning on pitching a new single-player game to Warner Bros., planning on returning back to their roots, and all I have to say is best of luck to them. I'm willing to give you at least one more chance to get back to what made you so great, whether it's Batman, whether it's something completely fresh and new. I know a lot of people have their gripes with this game. A lot of people may even call it disappointing, as the Batmobile takes up a large portion of it. But honestly, I feel like I'm able to oversee those flaws, and the story and the rewards that it brings is so satisfying to me that I really don't care about the Batmobile all that much, besides the stupid fucking Cloudburst tank fight. I'm done with that. I hate it. But I feel like a lot of what the game has to offer, even though there's some lows, there's some pretty great highs, and honestly, this is my favorite Arkham game. Before playing this, I probably would have said maybe City. Asylum still has a special place in my heart, and I feel like it's the easiest to replay. But the story here and the way it just puts an end to the saga, I appreciate a lot. So what's next for old Goodnight Gaming here? Honestly, I don't know. Regardless, whatever I do next, I'm just glad to have shared this ride along with all of you. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you made it this far, just subscribe at this point, dog. Like, seriously. But sincerely, I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day. Take care. Peace.